Morning. Good morning. What's up, DD? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hey, Yogi. Thank you so much for that gift. Good to see you, Yogi. Oh, man, oh, man. Good morning. We are just getting started. What's up, Eddie? How you doing? Hello. Lynn, hello. Katrina, hello. Good morning. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. It's a little cold out there. Cheryl, thank you for those gifts right there. Thank you so much. It is good to see you. Good to see you guys. Good morning, brother. What's up, daughter of the Most High? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, Philana. How you doing? Let me. I feel like I'm pretty low there. There, that's a little bit better. I think on the YouTubes, on the YouTube. How are you feeling? I'm feeling all right. It's funny because I have no idea what's going on, but like I used to like do 3 days, like 3 lives in a week, and sometimes back to back to back, and I would talk for like 5 hours at a time. So that's like 15 hours of speaking within 3 days, and yeah, all of a sudden my voice is just like going on me. So I'm just like, what is going on? Because it's I like to get all animated and make some loud noises, but yeah, yesterday was still a little rough, so I'm kind of wondering if it's going to be able to last for this live, which is what I'm hoping for. And yeah, if it doesn't, then we'll just power on through. And I don't know. Hey, Jess, how are you? A season of rest. Yeah, rest is always something good. Definitely something good to do. I feel like I've been doing that with my voice, at least. Good morning, Cheryl. Learning so much from you. Awesome. That is super cool. That is so cool. Thank you so much for asking, though, Yogi. That is very kind. Well, praise God either way. Absolutely. One day closer to home. Have you decided what the next study will be over? Yeah, Jess. I think the next study will probably be Genesis, which seems like it's a pretty good segue to go into Genesis, because right after you get out of Revelation, going to Genesis, seeing how it ends also will help diving into the beginning to see how it begins. What's up, Henry from Ireland? What's up, brother? How you doing? Melly, good to see you, Melly. Man, hello, Snowy. How you doing? How are you? Hello, Amanda. Hello, hello. Amber, Ambet. Highland. Ambet. Yeah. What's up, Amber? Thank you for your order, by the way. That was super cool. Super kind of you. Thank you so much. You listen at work, respiratory. Yeah, that's awesome. That's very cool. Thank you, Cheryl, for those roses. That is super cool. Yeah, Jess, are you okay? Jessica on YouTube, or was Genesis a good one for you? Because I think there's a lot there, and I've already been thinking about it. I'm like, I don't know how to do that justice. I feel like it's going to be really hard. It's going to be really difficult, but we'll give it a go. There's just so much. What's up, Sean? Good morning. Never deep dived into Genesis. This will be good. Yeah, well, it's gonna be something. It's definitely gonna be something. I was going to order too, but your shipping ain't this far yet. No dramas. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works yet. I think in order to go internationally, I think you have to jump through some hoops with on our end. So maybe if I can figure that out, I can talk to my buddy about that. He might know something about that. Good morning, Manners. How you doing, man? Are you feeling all right? You doing okay? You hanging in there? How is how's your mental status dealing with everything? Hopefully you're doing well. I had forgot to order something at afterwards, so 25% charge. Yeah, the tariffs. That's funny. Yeah, it is awesome, man. Good. I'm glad. All right. Well, we can go ahead and do this thing. That way, my voice will hang on, and we don't have to. We can just get on right into it. And so, hopefully, by the time we're done with the review, we can. My voice will still be hanging in there. The review has been taking like 2 hours, so that's probably one of the reasons why. So I think what we'll probably end up doing is try to not do as an in-depth review And that way it's, we'll still do a review, obviously, but I don't think it's going to be a 2-hour long review. That's pretty just crazy. Hey, YouTubers, Yogi is back and forth on TikTok and on YouTube. Thank you, daughter of the Most High. Yeah, that voice. Thank you for praying for my voice. Definitely need that. So hopefully we can keep that. Hopefully it can continue. Hey, will you add One Day Closer in a t-shirt soon? Yeah, Jess, that was one thing. I mean, so that's, I am definitely going to be doing that. It was on the first website and I didn't even think about it when I switched everything over to the second. Hey, thank you, Jeff. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was just a mistake on my part because that is an option. It's just not an option on the website. And so I know that's a bummer I know a couple people have reached out and been like, hey, is that going to be on a t-shirt? And I was like, so I need to make it an option. It is something that I'm going to be doing. There's a lot that has been going on and I'm trying to do it all. So, but yes, that is an option for sure. Jess, so that'll be up soon, hopefully, and that'll be changed. I just need to I just need to do it. There's a few things that need to be done, and that is one of them. Hello, Ryan. What's the website again? It's threadsthatpreach.com. Threadsthatpreach.com. Yes, thank you, Amber. Stoked to make videos with the clothes. Awesome. Well, I hope you like it. Understand, yeah. If you guys have received any of it, then hopefully it's working out for you. There's some things that I am going to be changing, obviously, on the shirts, as far as the shirts are concerned. One of the things is this little stamp down here. It says Threads that preach down at the bottom. I think I'm gonna be done with that, and the reason is because of the glue. Like if you have bigger letters like this, then there's a lot more glue that can be pressed onto the shirts, and so then it stays on. But the little itty bitty tiny letters and whatnot doesn't have much glue, and so then it won't stick, and then it comes off, and then it just doesn't look as good. And so I was like, man, how do I get around this? Because I really wanted that. I really enjoyed that detail. So I think the only way around it as far as right now is to get rid of it until I come up with something else. So that is something that I was working with too. Also, I was thinking about a roundabout way to basically circumvent that problem. And so that's also something that I'm looking into. Everything is new. You're doing good. Manners, very good. Living each day blessed. That's a good way to view it right there. Yeah, you'll call Bridget. Yeah, call Bridget. Bridget. Are you yodeling at her? Yodel-a. But yes, respiratory. It's threadsthatpreach.com. Hello, AIG. How are you? Hello. There's a tote, y'all. There's a tote. Totes my goats. Okay. Sounds like a great plan. Awesome. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive into this. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are going to be diving into Revelation chapter 21. Hello, Alyssa. Revelation chapter 21 is going to be a fun one. I really think you guys are going to enjoy this because we're going to be, again, all over the place, which is so fun to do. But if you guys are new, my name is Ryan. All of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. And always remember, I am not a pastor. I'm not a scholar. I'm none of those things. I'm just doing a Bible study, and I'm sharing with you guys the things that I have learned. So you guys need to always remember to test all things and hold fast to that which is good, because you need to do that, not with me, not with your neighbor or your, it's with everybody. Test all things, not some of the things, test all things. Melly. And so it's always important to remember that, because when Paul was writing to writing about the Bereans, he was like, these are more fair-minded than those in Thessalonica, and that they receive the word with all readiness, and they search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things are so. And so we need to receive and then to search to find out whether these things are so. And that's an indictment right there. That's pretty tough. That's a challenge that's on the table for you and I. Hello, Bridget. Good to see you. If you guys have not followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you to follow me on YouTube, because YouTube is where I upload all of these studies. And so I'm live streaming on YouTube, and I'm live streaming on TikTok at the same time. And so after these studies, I upload them to YouTube, so you can go back and rewatch them if you would like to, because I do talk quickly. But the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And that is what I want you guys to never lose sight of. We're living in a time to where we're coming down to the last seconds, I think. And so doing these studies is hopefully stirring you up because we need to stir one another up, and we need to stir one another up even more so as we see the day approaching. And I believe that we are seeing the day approach. I think we can see it. I don't think it's going to be a surprise when it happens, because we are not of the night, we are of the day, and it's not going to surprise us. And so if you believe that as well, and if you're paying attention to what's going on out in the world, then you're probably thinking the exact same thing. And so it's not to get lost in these kind of conversations, but it is encouraging because we know what's going on. And so that's why I love this book, the book of Revelation specifically, because we know how it ends and we know what's going to happen after it's all said and done. And what a beautiful thing to hold on to. So the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And what is that? The main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you get to heaven? There's only one way, and that is by understanding, number one, that you are a sinner. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. The second thing is the bad news. You need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is that you're a sinner. And the bad news is that not only are you a sinner, but you have fallen short. And not only have you fallen short, but you are under the death penalty. In Romans 6:23, it says, for the wages of sin is death. That is terrible news. But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord, period. And so that is what we need to recognize. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is, you need to believe that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins, that he was buried, he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It is faith, faith, faith. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. So that's the main thing. Hello, Katie. Good to see you. Glad you're up to a study. Yeah, I was we'll see. My voice has been, who are the 144,000? Those are Jewish men. But that is we'll see how my voice goes. Hopefully it's able to hang in there. But let's go ahead and dive into it. The review of the Revelation is what we are going. You want that sweater? Well, there is a you can buy it. It's actually it's online. Go ahead and check out threadsthatpreach.com. I need to upload a, what's up, Vino? Good to see you, man. I need to upload a t-shirt with this on it, because that is something that I have not done yet, and that's surprising because that's where it all started. So what are you doing, Ryan? I'm losing my mind. Not going to fall for a banana in the tailpipe. But in Revelation chapter 1, diving into it, we're, like I said before, we'll probably speed up the review. If you guys are new here, we normally do a review of Revelation chapter 1 through 20, and then we're going to focus on chapter 21. Lovely sweater. Hey, thank you, Rooted. That's what I want. Yay. Yes. Oh, awesome. I'm glad you like it. I was telling people that I'm probably going to have to do away with the little threads that preach down here, because there's not that much glue on it. And so it doesn't press onto clothing very well. So that's a bummer. So I'm going to have to get rid of that. Hey, thank you, Sophie. Thank you so much. All right. James 1:1 about the 144,000 Bible study sometime. I know that's a really nice detail. I really like that detail too. It just doesn't stay. And so it doesn't, I don't know. I was thinking about, like, just doing like a rectangle form and have it like do it that way. And so that was something that I was toying with. But yeah, no, it's a work in progress. I'll take the messy glue as a remnant. All right. A byproduct of salvation is a desire to follow Jesus, turn from our sin, and grow a relationship with the Lord. That is absolutely right, Bridget. 100%. Thanks for being here. All right, let's go ahead and dive on in. So the book of Revelation, it's written by a guy named John. He is the Apostle John, and that's what you see in Revelation chapter 1. He has this revelation. It's the unveiling of Jesus Christ. Revelation means to unveil. And so in Revelation chapter 1, you are given a blessing that is attached to this book. And so it's really kind of cool to think about that. And I personally believe that the blessing in some form is going to be your understanding and your peace. Your peace. And what I mean by that is there's a lot of Christians that are in the world right now who don't have like verses that they have hidden in their minds and in their hearts. And so when you don't hide the word of God in your heart, then when you fall down, you don't know how to react because you're a child. And so this is why it's good to always have these things. But the book of Revelation really allows you to recognize what's going to happen at the end. How is it all going to turn out? What's going to happen? And so if you're a born again believer and you're understanding these things in Revelation, then you are blessed in a sense, because you can kind of relax and you can stay at ease. And you're like, this is fine because God is awesome and he is on the throne. And that is a part of that blessing that is in Revelation chapter 1. But in Revelation chapter 1, verse 19, you have the outline for the entire book of Revelation. Jesus tells John to write three things. He tells him to write the things that you have seen, write the things that are, and write the things which will take place after this. So in Revelation chapter 1, John writes the things that he has seen. Revelation chapter 2 and 3, John writes the things that are. The things that are during John's time is the church. John was a part of the church, the part of the church age. And so this church in Revelation chapter 2 and 3 is the only thing that's on the table. It's the focus point of chapters 2 and 3. It's all about the church. Hey, thank you, Carla. And so in Revelation chapter 2 and 3, when you start reading through them, you get 7 letters that Jesus writes down, even though John is the one who is physically writing them down. John is just the penman. But Jesus is the author. And so Jesus writes a letter to 7 churches, and it's Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamos, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, and Laodicea. He writes a letter to each one of those 7 churches, and each one, it's basically like God is giving them a report card on how they're doing. He's like, hey, this, you're doing good here, but you're doing bad here. You're doing good here, but you need to work on this. You're doing good here, but you need over here that needs some attention. And so he's addressing issues within the church, and it's really fascinating, but I never want you to lose sight of what you have in Revelation chapter 1. In Revelation chapter 1, what you see is that Jesus is standing in the middle of the lampstands, and the lampstands are a picture of the church. So Jesus is literally in the center of the church. He's right there. He's not some faraway God that cannot hear. He is in it. He is right there. Hey, thank you, Joey. Thank you for that gift. And so, good morning, Julie. And so it's really kind of cool to see what's going on. Jesus is not just super, super far away. He is in it. And that is important because he's actively involved, guys. Think about that. That is really something to think about. But in Revelation chapter 2, you see a letter written to Ephesus. They did a good job with their doctrine, but they put their doctrine over their devotion for the Lord. And so Jesus calls them out on that. The next church is the church in Smyrna. This church thought that they were doing so bad, and they were just like a hot mess because they were getting persecuted, and they thought that they were doing terrible. But Jesus writes them a letter, and he says, you think you are poor, but you are rich. And so you see the differences of opinions there. You have the Smyrna, their opinion, but then you have God's opinion, and that's the one that we should care about. In Revelation chapter 2, the next letter is written to a church called Pergamos. That was a mixed marriage kind of church where the church married the state, and their marriage had offspring, and it was a whole bunch of just unreliable kind of information because it was an unsteady, unequally yoked kind of relationship. The next church is the church in Thyatira. Thyatira has the idea of continual sacrifice. Now, continual sacrifice is basically what you see in the Roman Catholic Church, where they are continually sacrificing Jesus over and over. And they are reliant on good works in order for them to get to heaven, which is not how you get to heaven at all. It is not by your good deeds. Your good deeds are as filthy rags, as Isaiah tells us. Hey, good morning, Grandma. Sue, good to see you. And so the next church is Revelation chapter 3 and the church in Sardis. The church in Sardis had a reputation that they were alive, but Jesus writes them a letter and he's like, but you are dead. That is absolutely terrifying. So this church thinks that they're doing such a good job, but Jesus calls them out and he's like, no. You are so far off the mark. And so in Revelation chapter 3, the next letter is written to the church in Philadelphia. This is one of the churches that has nothing bad said about them. And that is really fascinating. Hey, thank you, Charlie. Charlie from the UK. Good to see you. But in Revelation chapter 3, this church in Philadelphia was a missionary church. This church has nothing bad said about them. And there's also this fascinating passage in Revelation 3, verse 10, that gives you the idea of the way to escape the hour of trial that is approaching. So you have an hour of trial that is approaching the world, and that is what you and I would refer to as the 7-year tribulation. And so Jesus writes a letter to this church, and he says, because you guys did this, I'm going to keep you out of that hour of trial. And so when you think about that, he says there's a church that is going to be removed from the hour of trial. And then it's in contrast to those who are going to be around for that hour of trial. So there's two people there's two options available that when it comes to this hour of trial. One option is to be removed before it, and the other option is to go through it. So there are two options on the table, and that is why I personally believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, because this church is promised to be removed from that hour of trial. If you think something differently, that's completely fine. That's a secondary issue. And if you believe in a mid-tribulation rapture, a post-tribulation rapture, that's fine. It's just secondary. We need to always remember that we are not here to argue with one another. And, we're here to preach the gospel to every living creature. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Hello, Lori. Good to see you. And so in Revelation chapter 3, the next letter is written to the church of Laodicea. This Laodicean church is known for the people ruling the church. And the people are ruling the church in our world today. And this happens to be the last church age in the order. There are 7 churches that receive a letter, and Laodicea is the last church that receives a letter. There's no church age after Laodicea, which gives you like a little bit of a timeline from God's point of view, is like saying, okay, where are the checkpoints? He's like, okay, we were here, we were here, we were here, we were here, but now we're in Laodicea. And if we're in Laodicea, then that seems to be that there's no other church after us. And since that's the world that we're living in, largely in part, it's like, okay, well, if there's no church age after Laodicean world, then we might be right at the end of it. And I think we actually are, which is crazy. But that brings us to Revelation chapter 4. And if you guys are new here, all of these are uploaded to YouTube. You can go back. We're just doing a flyby real quick, just on the highlights. In Revelation chapter 4, good morning, Julie. In Revelation chapter 4, you have you have John taken up, and he transfers from talking about the things that he has seen, Revelation chapter 1, to the things that are, Revelation chapter 2 and 3. And now, hey, good morning, Christy. And now he's transferring over to the things that are going to take place after this. And so in Revelation chapter 4 to the end are the things that take place after this. Good to see you, Jason. Hello, hello. And so in Revelation chapter 4 and 5, you and I are introduced to the 24 elders, and they are, John is up in the throne room, and he sees God the Father sitting on the throne holding a scroll. And then John just starts crying, and he starts crying and crying and crying. And so an elder walks up to him, and he's like, why are you crying? And the reason he was crying is because there was nobody who was found worthy to take that scroll from the Father's hand. But then the elder was like, no. He's like, you don't understand. Look over here. There is somebody who is worthy. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Root of David, has prevailed. And then he turns, he looks, he sees Jesus as a lamb, as though he had been slain. And so Jesus goes up, he takes the scroll. The scroll is representative of the title deed of the world, because we forfeited that when sin entered. When we fell, we gave that up. And so Jesus redeemed it. And so that is very cool. But you're introduced to the 24 elders in Revelation 4 and 5. And so the 24 elders here, you need to understand who they are, because they represent the church. And the reason why I say that they represent the church is because they identify themselves to be kings and priests. And so when you do a study on who in the Bible are kings and priests at the same time, there's only 3 bodies. You have Melchizedek in Genesis 14, and you have Jesus. Jesus is a king and priest, but then there's also the church in 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9. Peter is talking to the Jewish people, but he's talking to the church. And he's like, do you guys not know that you are a royal priesthood? And so when you think of a royal priesthood, what you naturally conclude is royal means kings, and, kings and queens, kings and priests. So priest, you have kings and priests. And so when you think about the church being kings and priests, because that's what Israel was intended to be, if you read back in Exodus 19 or something like that, like verse 6, I think, it talks about how that's what God intended for the Jewish people to be. He's like, I didn't want just Levi to be priests. I wanted all of Israel to be kings and priests. And then Israel fell flat on their face. And so God's like, okay, since you guys messed up, this is how it's going to work out. And then that's why all of the people who were priests from that point on, they were only able to become from the the tribe of Levi. Anyways, that's Revelation chapter 4 and 5. Hey, thank you, Yasmin, for that. The roses there. So in Revelation chapter 6, we get to Revelation chapter 6, and this is where the tribulation begins. If you do not understand, in order to understand Revelation 6, you need to understand Daniel chapter 9. So in Daniel chapter 9, what you have is a 490-year prophecy where basically Gabriel gives Daniel a 490-year prophecy for where things need to be fulfilled. And so basically in Daniel 9, 24, 25, and 26, what you see is that Jesus had already fulfilled 483 years out of the 490-year prophecy. And so you are left with 7 years that still need to be fulfilled. And so that's where Daniel 9:27 comes in. Because when you read Daniel 9:27, what you find is that Daniel 9:27 focuses on the 7 years that have yet to be fulfilled. There is still in the future from where we are right now, there is 7 years that need to be fulfilled. And so that is the time of those 7 years there. Hey, Ryan, how are you? Good to see you. Diana, how are you? In in Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, those 7 years are what we call the tribulation. 7 years of tribulation. There's 3.5 years of tribulation, and then there's 3.5 years of great tribulation. If you read Matthew chapter 24, verse probably like 19 or something like that, Jesus says, and then there will be great tribulation. So he basically makes the distinction before the beginning tribulation and the great tribulation. The first 3.5 years, they're going to be bad. There are people who think that it's going to be very peaceful during that time period, and I disagree with that. And it's fine if we disagree on that. But I personally think that the first 3.5 years are going to be absolute chaos. And then, in the last 3.5 years are going to be even worse. And so that is my opinion. There's somebody telling me that I was wrong on that today. And I was like, well, here's what I believe. This is why I believe it. If you see it differently, then that's okay. It doesn't change our mission. Our mission has never changed no matter what. Our mission is to tell people about Jesus as much as we possibly can, because guys, do you guys realize that you and I are on a rescue mission down here? Doing great. Awesome, Diana. That's good. You and I are on a rescue mission. That is what we are here for. We are here. Like, if you're a born again believer, do you not recognize, or have you forgotten that you were rescued? And if you were rescued, don't you just want to rescue somebody else? And so that's what we want to be doing. And there are people who are doing it, but there are people who are not. And so you need to be actively involved in the team, in some kind of form. And so that's what I would like to encourage you in some kind of way. Whatever you can do. And so, a lot of people are worried in trying to dig holes and build a bunker and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, we're not told to go into a cave and lock the doors. We are told to go out into the world and preach the gospel. We are to get on out there. And so it's just funny. Can you imagine what would have happened if Paul, after he had that vision when he was on the road to Damascus, can you imagine what would have happened if he just was like, okay, I converted. I'm now a Christian. And I'm just going to sit inside my room for the rest of my life. Can you imagine? It's not optimal for glorifying God. And so we want to do the best that we can to glorify him. And, it's just fascinating. Anyways, in Revelation chapter 6, you have, so in Daniel 9:27, the Antichrist signs the covenant for 7 years. Little Naomi just saw it, said, "Hi, Ryan." Good to see you, Naomi. So in Revelation chapter 6, this begins the tribulation. When the seals are opened, there's two perspectives here. There's a heavenly perspective and an earthly perspective. The heavenly perspective is in Revelation chapter 6. And in the heavens, Jesus is opening the seals. And when he opens the seals in heaven, that's the same time that the Antichrist is on earth signing the covenant. So 2 events start the tribulation. One is in heaven, one is on earth, but they both begin the tribulation. So in Revelation chapter 6, you and I are introduced to the 4 horsemen. These are things that just happen on the earth. These aren't even angels being involved in Revelation chapter 6. You see, this is all just mankind. You see a white horse, a red horse, a black horse, a pale horse. You see all these horses, and you just see the world is basically devouring itself. It's not until Revelation chapter 8 and on to where the angels start getting involved. But in Revelation chapter 6, it's mankind. And so in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2, you see this white horse rider. This is representation of the Antichrist, the son of perdition, the lawless one. whatever you would like to call him, he's going to show up, and that is he's going to be as a conqueror, and he's going to be conquering and going out to conquer. He's going to be somebody that is well known because he already has been conquering, and he's going to continue to go out and conquer. And it's really fascinating trying to understand who this guy is. Many people think that they got it figured out, and I just, nobody knows who it is beyond a shadow of a doubt. And if you are one of those people who are very dogmatic on who it is, I would just like to ask you, if you actually are 100% sure on who this person is, has your life changed? Because if I was 100% sure that this person over here is the Antichrist, then you better believe that everything that I'm doing from then on for the rest of my life until the rapture occurs, it's going to be in complete contrast than how I used to be living, because I would recognize that we have like couple of years left before the Lord returns. And so that is something to always consider. But our mission has never changed. Revelation chapter 7, moving on into the review. Revelation chapter 7, you have the 144,000. These are 144,000 Jewish men. They're going to be running around during the tribulation on earth, and they're going to be telling people about Jesus. They are going to be untouchable. They're going to have the seal of God on their foreheads, whatever that seal of God is. They're going to have it on their foreheads, and they're going to be trying to win as many people as they possibly can. Think about that. That is a lot of motivated people. I mean, it's crazy to try to visualize 144,000 who are just running everywhere evangelizing. And so that's kind of a cool picture, but that's what the body of Christ should be doing right now. That's what the church is here for. The church is here we are ecclesia, the called out ones. We are called out to go out. And so what we're doing right now is we have been called out, but then we're staying in, and we're like, and so we're called out. We're supposed to go out. And so here, these 144,000 are going to be doing that. And that is, they're going to be untouchable, and they're going to be just on fire for the Lord. It's going to be really cool. Revelation chapter 8. In Revelation chapter 8, you sign on their forehead. Yeah, shepherd. That's in Revelation chapter 7, like the first 4 verses or 5 verses or something like that. You could read that. Yeah. In Revelation chapter 7, verse 3. In Revelation chapter 7, verse 3, it says, "Do not harm the earth, the sea, or the trees till we have sealed the servants of our God on their foreheads." And then it goes in and talks about the servants of their God, which are the 144,000. So in Revelation chapter 8, you have the trumpet judgments, and the trumpet judgments are a judgment of the thirds. In Revelation chapter 8, there are 4 trumpet judgments, and they seem really bad, but it's not that bad compared to the remaining trumpet judgments. Because in Revelation chapter 9, at the end of Revelation chapter 8, an angel comes down from heaven and says, "Woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth because of the remaining 3 blasts of the trumpets that are about to sound." So this angel in heaven recognizes that the first 4 blasts of the trumpet, he's like, those weren't even anything. He's like, you thought that was bad? You haven't seen anything yet. And so then he tells you to be on guard for the remaining trumpet blasts. And so that leads you to Revelation chapter 9. Revelation chapter 9 is where this angel falls down from heaven. He is given a key to the bottomless pit. He takes the key, he opens the bottomless pit, and out of the bottomless pit comes this swarm of locusts, or like locusts. These are not actual locusts. These are demons. And so John describes what these demons are like, but these demons it's basically a demonic invasion on the earth for 5 months. Now, these 5 months is where these demonic army is going to be able to go around the world and torment mankind for 5 months specifically. So these 5 months are given for these demonic entities to torment mankind for 5 months specifically. They're not allowed to end mankind. They're allowed to torment mankind. What's up, Josh? Good to see you, man. So that is the first demonic invasion. The second demonic invasion is right after that. And that demonic invasion is where those demons are able to end mankind. And not only do they end mankind, it's 1/3 of mankind. You're saying it's symbolic. You're spreading fear. No, absolutely not, because I'm spreading hope. You must be new. But in Revelation chapter 10, this chapter here is a little bit of a parenthetical. Jenny, good to see you. So in Revelation chapter 10, you have this little bit of a parenthetical insert here where this angel comes down and he puts his feet in the water and puts his other foot on the ground. And some people think that this is just a mighty angel, and some people see that this is Jesus. There are 2 reasons to believe both, but you can make up your own mind on what you see there. Revelation chapter 11. It's always good to see you. Always good to see you too. LOL, you must be new. He just, dude's been here probably like 5 seconds. He's like, oh, you're spreading fear. Oh man, got me. Yes, fear monger. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Love to see this. Very cool harvest. Well, anyways, no, I'm not trying to spread fear. The main thing is always the main thing, which is the gospel, which is amazing news. Good news, good news, good news. That is what I want you to, at least hopefully, you guys recognize that is the hope of spreading that. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Okay, so in Revelation chapter 11, here is an interesting chapter. In Revelation chapter 11, this chapter is massive and very important to understand. Love your shirt. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you so much. In Revelation chapter 11, you are told about a temple. And so what we know now is obviously there is a third temple that is in the future that is going to be built. And when this third temple, here's an interesting thought that you guys can run around through your heads. I actually had this conversation with my brother the other day, and he's like, well, why does it have to be built? And does it have to be built, or could it be in the process of being built? And so him and I had this conversation. And so we see a little differently, but I figured I would share it just so you guys could have something else that kind of bouncing around inside your mind. So this temple, so his argument was basically that the temple doesn't need to be finished being built. And I think the temple is literally going to be standing. So he thinks that they could literally be working on it. And while they are working on this temple, that the two witnesses are there standing guard, protecting it. And so that's his opinion. And I think that it's literally going to be standing during this time. Now, it doesn't matter one way or the other, because I believe that you and I, if you're a born again believer, I believe that you and I will not see the two witnesses. I think we will be gone before the two witnesses show up. So for me, it's a complete secondary issue as per usual. But I wanted to give you that idea just to see a different idea, a way to view things. Who knows? I told him, I was like, it talks about how the Antichrist in Daniel 9:27 says that he, in the middle of the week, he is going to cause a sacrifice and offering to cease. And so I told my brother, I was like, well, Daniel 9:27 says that there are going to be ongoing sacrifices. And in order for there to be ongoing sacrifices, there needs to be a literal physical temple, because that's where they do the sacrifices in. And he was like, well, he's like, it could just be talking about the red heifers. Anyways, it was just one of those things. I just wanted to throw that idea out to you guys so you guys can run around and bounce that in your mind if you would like to. But in Revelation chapter 11, you have these two witnesses. Now, what we do know beyond a shadow of a doubt is that these two witnesses are here for 3.5 years. 3.5 years. And so that is a very specific time. They are here for when the demons are running around on earth for 5 months. Remember what we read about in Revelation chapter 9, where the demons that are unleashed, they're running around and they're tormenting mankind for 5 months. Well, while those demons are doing their demon things, these two witnesses are standing there and they are being a witness, a gigantic witness for 3.5 years, but they're just untouchable. And so that's fascinating. That's really, really something that's wild to me. But these two witnesses, many people think that they're Moses and Elijah. Some people think Elijah and Enoch. Some people think that they could be just two random people who are promoted to the office of prophet during that time period, because John would have recognized them if it was Moses and Elijah. Who knows who they are? It doesn't matter who they are. We should not worry about who they are. But what we do know is that God is awesome and he is still on the throne. That is what is super cool. And he died for you and me. You and I apparently were worth it. You and I have been worth it. We were worth it. We still are worth it. And you are worth it. If you do not know Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you need to understand that you are worth it. For God of the universe, of everything, that he died for you. Think about that. That doesn't make any sense. Can you imagine like in a movie, like where the king who is served and worshipped inside his palace, and then outside there's a little beggar, and then somebody starts kicking the beggar and making fun of him and spitting on him, and then all of a sudden the king comes out and starts standing up for that beggar, and then all of a sudden the people start going after the king, but the king gets taken out, but then the beggar goes free. That's basically what you and I are. We were set free. It's ridiculous. Why did it happen? I I can't rationalize that. Out of all the things that people want to talk about, be like, oh, I was the flood really, was it a real flood? And I'm just like, that's what you want to talk about? Don't you want to talk about how ridiculous it is that an all-loving or an all-powerful God died for me? Don't you want to talk about that? Because that is unbelievable. I don't get that. That does not make sense to me, but that is who he is. It's his nature. He says, oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem. He's like, I just want to gather you together, but you were not willing. And so he wants to do this. There's just people who are unwilling. It's remarkable. Anyways, in Revelation chapter 11, at the end of the 3.5 years, the two witnesses, when the two witnesses die and they go up into heaven, that basically they die. The reason why the two witnesses die after the 3.5 years is because the beast ascends out of the bottomless pit, and then he goes after the two witnesses and he makes war with them. And when he makes war with them, he ends up ending their lives, and their bodies lay in the streets for 3.5 days. When their bodies lay in the streets for 3.5 days, what's up, safety man? How you doing? When they lay down in the streets for 3.5 days, they're dead in the streets. It's at the end of the 3.5 days that they stand up and then they ascend into heaven, which is unbelievable. That is the same time when that takes place. That is when, after they die, that is when the Antichrist seems to go into the temple. And that is what Jesus was warning the Jewish people of in Matthew 24, when he says, hey guys, when you see the abomination of desolations spoken of by Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, let him who reads understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. He's like, guys, he's like, there's going to come a day where there's going to be another temple. And when that temple gets built, there's going to come another day where somebody is going to go into the Holy of Holies who should not be there. When you see that guy standing in that place where he should not be standing, you need to run. And so that is what's going on in Revelation chapter 11 and Matthew chapter 24. But Revelation chapter 11 is such a huge chapter in order to understand the order of events. And so when you dive into Revelation chapter 12 is another amazing chapter. I love this chapter too. Revelation chapter 12, you have three players on the board. You have the woman, you have the child, and you have the dragon. The woman is Israel, the child is Jesus, and the dragon is Satan. So the woman gives birth to the child, and when the woman gives birth to the child, we are told that the dragon drew a third of his with his tail, drew a third of the stars and threw them to the earth, trying to devour the child right as soon as he was born. So it's really fascinating thinking about that. Right when Jesus was born, a whole demonic host of fallen angels went after him. And it just didn't work. It didn't work. Now, we're not told much about that demonic war that was going around when Jesus was born, but we are told that it took place because it says in Revelation 12, verse 4, it says his tail drew a third of the stars of heaven and threw them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was ready to give birth to devour her child as soon as it was born. It's crazy thinking about this kind of stuff. Like all of the things that we have no idea that took place when this was happening, what's taking place around us right now, we have no idea. But what we do know is that there are things happening, which is why we need to arm ourselves with the whole armor of God. We need to put it all on, not just a helmet. Can you just imagine if I got a little helmet? I'm just like, okay, I'm safe. Woo! No, it doesn't work that way. No, you need to put on the whole armor. Anyways, in Revelation chapter 13, you get into this awesome next chapter, which is very awesome as well. But in Revelation chapter 13, you have John sees this beast coming out of the sea, and this beast that comes out of the sea has 7 heads. Now, these 7 heads. Well, you need to understand Daniel chapter 7 in order to understand Revelation 13. Daniel chapter 7, Daniel is the one who sees these beasts coming up out of the sea. He sees the first beast like a lion, which was representative of the Babylonian Empire. That's the first beast. He sees the second beast coming out of the sea after that, which is the Persian Empire. That's represented like a bear. The third beast that comes out of the sea was like a leopard. That's representing Alexander the Great. And the fourth beast that comes out of the sea was like a beast that that Daniel had never seen before. And he's like, I want to know more about that beast. Well, that beast that he was seeing back in Daniel's time was Rome. He was like, what's going on with Rome? He's like, that beast looks so different than any other beast because Rome was massive. Anyways, Rome never was defeated. It just kind of broke apart and broke into pieces. And so here in Revelation chapter 13, you're heading to YouTube? Okay, Julie, good to see you. In Revelation chapter 13, you have this beast that comes out of the sea. Good morning, Lisa. This beast that comes out of the sea has 7 heads. Now, the 7 heads are representative of all of the 7 nations that were basically oppressing Israel throughout their history. So it begins in Egypt. Egypt was the first one, then Assyria, then Babylon, then the Persian Empire, then the Greek Empire, and then after the Greek Empire, the Roman Empire. And then after the Roman Empire, it's the one that is yet future, which is the seventh one. And that seventh one is going to be the main empire that is going to be. But all of these seven empires are basically going to be put into one beast. All of these seven are going to be embodied by one beast. I wish I had like a... Just one of these. All seven are going to be in one body, and it's going to be in this. It's going to be in one body, and that one system is going to be or those seven empires are going to be blended together and put into one body, and that is that future system that is yet that is yet future, which is going to be a huge political system. And that the person who is in control of that political system is going to be none other than the Antichrist. That's the cutest bear I've ever seen. Well, thank you. It's been looking at me every time I'm down here. I just got to turn it around. Stop it. So anyways, Revelation 13, you see this. It's me. Yes, it's Yogi the bear. We found Yogi. So in Revelation 13, you see in verse 5 that this beast is going to be allowed to have authority for 3.5 years. Now, that's important to recognize because when the 3.5 years, when you start reading, what you find is that you start paying attention to the numbers. And so there's 1,260 days, there's 42 months, there's times, and half a times. But all three of these things are basically saying 3.5 years. So the two witnesses are going to be, their ministry is going to be for 3.5 years. And then what we see about the Antichrist, his reign in his authority is going to also be for 3.5 years. But they don't run on top of each other. The 3.5 years by the witnesses happen at the beginning. And then those 3.5 years slide into the last 3.5 years, which is when the Antichrist is going to have authority. His mask is going to be off. Everybody's going to recognize who he is because he's the one who goes into the temple and he erects this statue or some kind of image in the third temple, which is going to be built sometime in the future. And when that image is built, he is basically mimicking what Antiochus Epiphanes did back in the past, because in the book of Daniel, we read about this abomination of desolation multiple places. And the abomination of desolation is basically a picturing of what Antiochus Epiphanes IV did, because what he did was he was a little type, a little miniature model of the future Antichrist. Antiochus Epiphanes, he hated the Jewish people. He persecuted the Jewish people. He ended them. And he even went into their temple. He ended a pig inside the temple. And he also built a statue to Zeus inside the temple as well. And this is all documented in the Maccabees. And so that's really important to recognize, because that's what Jesus is talking about in Matthew 24 when he says, hey guys, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, he's telling you and I to go back and remember what took place back then. Now, what's interesting is that you and I are Gentiles. We don't know the history of the Jewish people like the Jewish people do. The Jewish people know their history. They know their history. And so when they see this, they're going to recognize it and they're going to be like, oh, snap. And then they're going to get out of Judea. But that's Revelation chapter 13. There's other things that take place in Revelation 13 as well. In Revelation chapter 13, you have this false prophet who's also going to be around during this time. He's going to be basically shadowing the beast, the Antichrist, and the false prophet is going to be shadowing wherever the Antichrist goes. The false prophet is going to follow with him, and then the false prophet is going to be able to do all kinds of miracles in the sight of in the presence of the beast. And so basically the world during this time, imagine how a human mind is going to be during this time period. They're going to see all kinds of supernatural things that they've never seen before. It is going to be hell on earth for these 7 years. And so for these 7 years, the people of the mindset of these humans that are left on the earth, they're going to be in just all kinds of disarray. And so when they see this beast, doing all kinds of amazing things, and then when they see the false prophet doing all kinds of amazing things, they're going to want to follow somebody. They're going to want to follow the leader. And so the false prophet is going to say, hey, follow that guy. If you think I'm cool, go follow that guy. And so these people, the duet, the false prophet and the beast, are going to put an image inside this third temple that is going to be built sometime in the near future, I think. And when that image is there, then that is when the mark of the beast is going to be released into the world. Right now, the mark of the beast has not been unleashed to the world. Nobody has the mark of the beast right now. It's impossible to get right now. There's things that need to take place before it can even be unveiled to the world. The mark of the beast will not be released until the Great Tribulation. I will be right back after I get some coffee. Grab me some, Julie. I'll just take mine black. Thank you. But that's Revelation chapter 13. The mark of the beast is released into the world. When the mark of the beast is released into the world, that is when in Revelation 14 takes place, because in Revelation 14, it could be created. Yeah, very well could be created. I mean, it's not going to be something that they have programmed in one day leading up to it. It's going to be something that people have been working on, kind of like what you see with this whole Bitcoin situation, like how they're programming and all of these supercomputers and AGI and SAI or ASI. You have all of these unbelievable. We are just breaking down all of these boundaries that we have never passed before, and now we're just going through them at a rapid rate. And that's why I made that video about the different models that are being released out there, like ChatGPT, DeepSeek. You have Quen, you have Claude, you have all of these different AI models that are being released, and they are competing with one another. And so when there's competition, my point here is to get you to understand that whenever something is better than everything else, everybody else who's lower is going to try to beat that. And then they're up here. And then this person who just got beat is going to be like, well, now we need to beat them. And so it's going to be bam, 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 bam. It's going to be skyrocketing. And it already is. It's at an exponential level. It can't be stopped. You can't unplug this thing that is in motion right now. It is crazy. The time that we are alive is really something to behold. But in Revelation 14, you see this angel coming down out of heaven that is going to be preaching the gospel to everybody on the earth. And so the people who are left on the earth are going to hear the gospel in their own language. And this, he's going to be telling everybody to put their faith in Jesus. And so the people on the earth are going to have a decision to make. That decision is going to be to follow the Antichrist or to follow Jesus Christ. And so everybody's going to have a decision, and that is the decision that is going to have to be made. Now, the people who decide to choose the Antichrist, that means that they are going to submit to him, which means they're going to get the mark of the beast, which means they will be allowed to buy and sell. But the people who deny to or refuse to get the mark of the beast, they are going to submit to Jesus Christ, and they are not going to be able to buy and sell. So these people are going to be hunted down, chased, persecuted, even losing their heads for the Lord. And so that's why you see at the end of Revelation, in Revelation chapter 20, verse 5 or something, it talks about how he saw the souls of those who were beheaded for the testimony. And so it's very cool. Yeah, you love this sweatshirt. There's a way to continue, and so that would be appreciative if you checked it out at least. But in Revelation, that's Revelation chapter 14. Revelation chapter 15, there's a little bit of a prelude there where basically God is in the temple in heaven, and that's the heavenly scene. Revelation 15 is a heavenly scene. God is in the temple in heaven, and when God is in the temple, there are 7 angels who also go into the temple, and those 7 angels remove 7 bowls, and then after they leave the temple, God is in the temple alone. He's in there all by himself. So that's Revelation chapter 15. Revelation chapter 16 is where the angels who removed the bowls are now told to pour the bowls out onto mankind. And the first bowl that is poured out is on the men who, or the humankind who received the mark of the beast. Those who chose to receive the mark of the beast get their own special punishment in this first bowl because they saw the angel, they heard the angel preach the everlasting gospel. Not only did they hear and see, but they also had the 144,000. Not only that, but they also had the whole counsel of God in the form of the Bible. And not only that, but they also have you and I who have been teaching and preaching and sharing and just telling people about Jesus as much as we possibly can, up until their point of time to where they finally gave themselves over completely to evil things, and they just choose to rebel rather than to follow the Creator. And so in Revelation chapter 16, God's like, I got something for that. And he's like, here is a bowl, and he pours it out onto humankind, on those who receive the mark of the beast. There's all the bowls that are poured out in Revelation chapter 16. One thing to pay attention, that we did a lot of things in chapter 16, and all of these are uploaded on YouTube. If you wanted to go check it out, I upload them to YouTube. Because this study is it's deep. And so if you're interested in a verse by verse Bible study and something like what you're watching right now, there's a YouTube link up here if you would like to go check it out. What's up, Ed King? Thank you so much. And if you check it out over there, we've done like 25 books in this kind of manner. And so it's ITZ_sheesh. Yes, thank you, Amber. It's ITZ_sheesh. There's also a link up there if you wanted to go subscribe. I would also encourage you to subscribe there anyways, just in case TikTok goes away, because they're still threatening us with taking away TikTok from us. There's people who've also lost access to TikTok because of updates. And so if you guys have automatic updates on your phone, you might want to consider turning that off. That was something that Bridget told me about. So thank you for that, Bridget. I went in there and I turned my automatic TikTok updates off. So just be mindful of that. But anyways, my point here is that TikTok could go away at any moment. I could be banned again. But one way, if I am, then we're going to still do this on YouTube. So that's why it would be good to at least stay in touch on YouTube if you're interested in this kind of stuff. Anyways, Revelation chapter 17. No, actually in Revelation chapter 16. In Revelation chapter 16, verse 17, it says, Then the seventh angel poured out his bowl into the air, and a loud voice came out of the temple of heaven from the throne saying, It is done. Now, this is God who is saying it is done. Now, what's interesting about that is that God is saying it is done, but the question is, what is done? What is done? Because if you keep on reading, you see a whole bunch of terrible stuff happening, and you're like, it's clearly not done. Like, what are you talking about? Well, what's done is the time of Israel's trouble. The time of Jacob's trouble is done. When that last bowl is poured out, it's the time Israel's trouble is done. They're done. It's done for them. So their trouble is over. And so that's what it's good to recognize that. But in Revelation chapter 17 and 18, then you start diving into what's taking place in Babylon. So in Revelation chapter 17, you are introduced to two players. You're introduced to a beast and a woman. Now in Revelation chapter 17, within the first couple of verses, you see that the woman is riding the beast. And so what does this beast and woman represent? Well, the beast represents the political system that is going to be around during this. Hey, Christina, thank you so much. It represents the political system that is going to be around during the tribulation period. Thank you, Christina. There's going to be a government that is around during the 7 years of tribulation. Just because the church is gone doesn't mean that everything has collapsed. No, there's still people calling shots and ordering things around, and it's going to be still operating. It's just going to be at a different level than what it is right now. It's going to be a whole different operating system during that time. So in Revelation chapter 17, you have the beast that is going to be represented by the political system, but then you have the woman. And the woman is false Christendom. It is the false churches, all of them, all of the false churches, whatever false church you can think of, whether they say they're Christian or whether they're completely as far off as it can possibly be. They're all embodied by this woman. This woman is this mother of harlots. The mother of harlots is representing the false church, this false woman, the false bride. And so you have the woman riding the beast, and that's how it goes for the first 3.5 years. But then at the end of the first 3.5 years, the beast turns on the woman and devours the woman so that the woman goes away. She's dead now. And then when she goes down, then the Antichrist rises up, and that's when he shows his face, and that takes place at the Great Tribulation. Because the Antichrist, when he rises up, he's not going to share his glory with the false churches that are still out there, because the false churches are still going to be like, doing a whole bunch of Hail Marys, full of all that kind of stuff. And he's like, I'm not sharing my glory with you. He's like, you all need to go away because you will worship me. And that's what Paul is writing about in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, where it talks about how he is going to go into the temple and he's going to sit as God. He's going to say, you guys are all going to worship me now because I am God. And so that's what he's going to be doing. But the beast is represented in the first 3.5 years by 10 kings. They are represented by 10 kings in the first 3.5 years. When you go to the second 3.5 years, the 10 kings get removed. There's 3 of them that get removed, and then they go down to 7 kings. And that you can read about that in Daniel chapter 7 as well. But the 10 kings go down to 7 kings because the Antichrist, a little horn, rises up. He subdues 3 of the kings. And so the 10 kings go down to 7 kings. And this political system is submitting to the authority of the Antichrist. That's the whole idea that's going on there. Okay, so that's Revelation chapter 17. And so in Revelation chapter 18, you dive into this whole conversation of the Babylonian system. The question is, what is Babylon? That's something that people are very fascinated by. I did a little video on this like a couple days ago, if you guys are interested in it, but we were talking about the similarities or the comparisons of Genesis and Revelation. And the reason why this connects is because in Genesis chapter 10, you are introduced to Nimrod. Now, Nimrod was the king. His kingdom was Babel. And so you have Nimrod, who married somebody called Semiramis, and they were a man and woman. The man, Nimrod, represents the political system here in Revelation chapter 17 and 18. And Semiramis, Nimrod's wife, represents the spiritual system, because Semiramis had a child and she told all of her people that it was an immaculate conception. And so she lied to everybody. She deceived everybody, which is very fascinating because that tells you a lot of information there, because you and I, Satan had enough knowledge to understand that sometime in the future, there was going to be a literal immaculate conception. And that did take place, and that took place in the form or by Mary, and Mary had a child and she called her son Jesus. But there is a counterfeit to that, which takes place all the way back in Babylon. Every false religion goes all the way back to has Babylonian ties. And so it's really remarkable thinking about that. So you have Nimrod and Semiramis. They have a immaculate conception, which is where their child named Tammuz was born. But you have this false religion, basically this false body, this false political, this false spiritual government all the way back here in Babylon. And it was a counterfeit to the one that is actually going to take place. And so in Revelation chapter 18, getting back on track, Revelation chapter 18, you have the chain of command that is basically given to you and I in chapter 18, where you have the kings, the merchants, and the shipmasters. It's a chain of command. The kings are over the merchants are over the shipmasters. And basically what you see in Revelation chapter 18 is that all of the kings, merchants, and shipmasters, wherever they are in the world during this time period, they are all crying because they're all seeing the same thing at the same time. And whatever they are seeing is all of Babylon falling. Babylon is fallen. It's really interesting thinking about that. But not only does Babylon fall, we are told a lot more about Babylon. Babylon becomes the dwelling place of demons during the millennial kingdom. In Revelation chapter 18, verse 2, we are told that Babylon has become basically the prison for all of the unclean spirits. And so we talked about that. We talked about Babylon because it's mentioned on Isaiah 13, Jeremiah 49, 50, and 51, or 50 and 51, I think it is. And you also see it here in Revelation 17 and 18. So you got a lot of Babylon kind of conversations to have and try to figure it out. And it's difficult. And so, have fun with it, but don't be, obviously nobody knows beyond a shadow of a doubt. These are all secondary things, but man, you can really do some deep dives in here and be like, oh, I think this. And then it's always fun because then you take what you learn and you look out into the world and you try to see what's going on. What season are we in? Like in the book of Daniel, when the hand just started writing on the wall, and like they just that's why we get the saying, the writing is on the wall. It's because that goes back to Babylon. Hey, thank you, Melissa. Thank you so much. Nancy. Hello. Thank you for that rose, Melissa. So that is Revelation chapter 17 and 18, which takes us to Revelation chapter 19. In Revelation chapter 19, you have a lot of stuff happening in Revelation chapter 19. One thing to pay attention to is in Revelation chapter 19, verse 7, it says, let us rejoice and give him glory, for the marriage of the Lamb has come. The marriage of the Lamb, the marriage of the Lamb, the marriage of the Lamb. It's the marriage of the Lamb. The Lamb is Jesus. So this is the marriage of Jesus. Like, what is this even talking about? Well, you have a marriage on one hand. So over here, there is a marriage. In Revelation chapter 19, verse 9, you have something different. in Revelation 19, verse 9, it says, then he said to me, right, blessed are those who are called to the marriage supper of the Lamb. So you have a marriage in one hand and you have a supper in a different. So there's two different things. One is a marriage, one is a supper. They happen at different times and in different locations. The marriage of the Lamb takes place up in heaven. So when the rapture occurs, the church is removed and they are up in heaven for 7 years. This is modeled off of the whole concept of the Galilean wedding. Now, what's interesting about the Galilean wedding is that nobody knew when the Galilean wedding was going to take place. Nobody had any idea. The only person who did know was the Father. And so basically this was modeled. This Galilean wedding is helping us kind of paint a picture as to what is yet future. And so what basically took place back during these ancient Galilean times is that the son would go and propose to there would be an agreement between the son and the bride, or the groom and the bride. There would be an agreement there. And then the groom would go back to his father's house and start working on his father's house. The bride would go back to her house and she would constantly be ready. She needed to be ready because she had no idea when her groom was going to come and get her. And that is really neat. And so one day, whenever everything was finally done, when the father started looking at the son's work and seeing what he was doing, he'd be like, okay, go get your bride. Then he would go get the bride, and then nobody would know when it would be. And so basically the groom would show up, and then they would pick up the bride and they would carry her to the father's house. And they called that the flight of the bride, which is really, really cool. But then after everybody entered the father's house, it was closed. The door was closed for 7 days. So the marriage took place. It was a whole thing for 7 days, and that's crazy. And so while on 7 years of tribulation is going on down on earth, 7 years of a wedding is going to take place up in heaven, which is really remarkable. Hi, Ryan. Anyone? Good to see you, Mercedes. We're in Revelation chapter 19. What's up, Troy? Okay, so in Revelation chapter 19, verse 11, this is where you have the revelation of Jesus Christ. This is when Jesus comes back on a white horse. This is when everybody's going to be like, oh. And so that's the revelation. The word revelation is the unveiling. This is when Jesus is going to be unveiled. What's really fascinating, hey, thank you, Britta, is that when Jesus was here during the first time, he came lowly. He was here as a servant. He was here serving. And hey, thank you, Lucky Dog. Thank you for that gift. It was very kind. Thank you so much. He was here to serve, right? And he came humbly. But when he shows back up the second time, he's going to be a lion. He is going to be in a completely different role. When he was boots on the ground the first time, he was in the role of a prophet. Then he ascended up into heaven, which is where he is right now, which is where he is in the role as a priest. He is constantly interceding on behalf of you and I, and praise God for that, because I need a lot of interceding. I mess up all the time. Julie, thank you for that gift. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, guys. That is super kind. When Jesus returns the second time, he's going to be in the role as a king. So the first time he was here, prophet. When he went up into heaven, he is currently right now priest. When he comes back to the earth, king. He is prophet, priest, king. And so that is kind of cool to see how this is all set up. But this is unbelievable, guys. I never want you guys to get over the fact that we have a single book here that we are reading, the Bible, but it is 66 books. Never forget that. This is written by different people, different walks of life, many people who didn't know each other, 40 different authors written over thousands of years, and they're all saying the same thing. It is crazy. You have kings that write books. You have fishermen that write books. You have tax collectors that write books. Are you kidding me? These are just normal people just doing their stuff, and they are given the word of God. And so people just want to say like, I found a contradiction, and then they just completely lose all faith. And it's just like, no, that's easy to be explained. And so it's just I think it's unbelievable. I think it's truly unbelievable when we just stop and just think about what we are doing here. We are searching the scriptures. You are welcome. Yes, thank you, Julia. That's very kind. And so when you dive into Revelation chapter 20, you see in Revelation chapter 19, verse 20, you see that the beast was captured, and with him the false prophet, and they were thrown alive into the lake of fire. That's really interesting because of the word alive. Hey, Trixie, good morning. Masterpiece of God's word. Absolutely. So in Revelation chapter 19, verse 20, we are told that they were cast alive into the bottomless pit. Now, there are some people who think that hell doesn't have, or that the lake of fire does not actually have fire. And I'm like, I think it does have fire. But what I want you to think about here in Revelation 19, verse 20, where we are told that the beast and the false prophet were cast alive, I think that's really provocative. And the reason why is because of the different resurrections. In Revelation chapter 20, we talked about there's the first resurrection and there's the second resurrection. They are different. The first resurrection is different than the second resurrection. The first resurrection is everybody who takes part of that is blessed. Those are the people who are born again. Those are believers. You are only going to take part of the first resurrection if you are born again. The second resurrection, however, is something completely different. That doesn't take place until at the end of the millennial kingdom. And at the second resurrection, that is when all of those who died in their sins, who never put their faith in Jesus, they are going to stand before the great white throne and they are going to be judged. But what I want you to pay attention to here is in Revelation 19, verse 20, it said, hey, Tamara, thank you so much. In Revelation chapter 19, verse 20, you see that the beast and the false prophet were cast alive, meaning that their bodies, like if you imagine me being picked up and thrown, that's what it would look like. They were cast alive. And the reason why I think that's so provocative is because when somebody dies, they're like, if let's say that somebody just dies right now and they never put their faith in Jesus, their soul, hey, thank you, Ash, thank you for those gifts. Their soul would go to a place called Hades, but their body would stay in the ground. And that's how it's going to be all the way until the end of the millennial kingdom. And at the end of the millennial kingdom, their soul is going to be reunited with their bodies, and they're going to stand before the great white throne, and then each one of them will be thrown into the lake of fire after they are sentenced. Hey, Ken, thank you so much. Because in the Gospels, Jesus basically talks about, he's like, do not fear him who can kill the body, but fear him who can kill both body and soul. Both body and soul. Body and soul. So you have this picture of body and soul into everlasting fire. So it's really interesting when it's coupled with the beast and the false prophet thrown alive into the lake of fire. And so just like how you and I, when we get resurrected, if we die, we are going to receive our bodies. We're going to get new bodies. And so are they. They are two resurrections. It's not just going to be like a whole bunch of like floaty souls just hanging out, just like, woo, where am I going? Just kind of like when you drive past like one of those car dealerships, like where you have like those like things that just like, but it's not going to be like that. I don't think. I think they're all going to have bodies and they're all going to be standing there with their bodies, and then they will be cast alive into lake of fire, which is just unreal. What a visual. But in Revelation chapter 20, moving on to Revelation chapter 20, we spent like 13, 14 hours just on the first 6 verses here in Revelation chapter 20. So I can't touch on all of the things, but in Revelation chapter 20, we spent a ton of time on the millennial kingdom. And I'm saying a ton of time. It was a ton of time. So in the millennial kingdom, there's a literal millennial kingdom that is going to be here. You lurking, Holly? Get her, boys. I haven't seen her. But in Revelation chapter 20, you have the millennial kingdom. You know, this is not, we do not get the idea of the millennial kingdom because of Revelation chapter 20. No, and complete contrary to that belief, we get the millennial kingdom from the Old Testament. Whatever we understand about the millennial kingdom, it's primarily from the Old Testament. There's some stuff in the New, but it's primarily from the Old Testament. So what is the millennial kingdom? The millennial kingdom is a time period where Satan is going to be bound for 1,000 years. And so here's the way it seems to look from a timeline, since we all like to visualize timelines. I believe the next thing is going to be the rapture. And then after the rapture, sometime shortly after that, the 7-year tribulation is going to take place. After the 7 years of tribulation is done, then Jesus is going to make his second coming to the earth. And then after he returns, you have the Battle of Armageddon takes place there. Then you have the sheep and goat judgments that is also going to take place at that time within those 75 days. And then the millennial kingdom is going to begin. When the millennial kingdom, it's a time period where Jesus is reigning as king on this earth. It is on the earth that you are seeing right now. It's going to be on this earth. This earth is going to go away at some point, and it's going to go away after the millennial kingdom. So Jesus is going to return to this earth. He is going to make his kingdom, and that's what you see in Isaiah, where it says the government will be on his shoulders, and his kingdom shall have no end. The millennial kingdom is when Jesus is reigning on the earth. And when Jesus is reigning, you and I are going to be reigning with him for 1,000 years. Now, that's really interesting. During his government, during his reign, there's going to be a government, kind of like what we have in America right now, or whatever country you're from. You have a government. There is going to be that during the millennial kingdom, just in a different way. Jesus is going to be the absolute monarch. It's going to be a monarchy. And so he is going to be king, and we are going to be reigning with him, but he is king. And so you have Jesus at the top in this pyramid, and he's at the top. And when you go down on this side, you have the Gentile branch of government. Thank you, Melissa. You have the Gentile branch, which is where you and I are going to be a part of this Gentile branch of government, where we are going to be reigning over the Gentile kings. And under the Gentile kings, there's going to be the Gentiles that are just normal people who were born in the millennial kingdom. And then on this side of the government, you're going to have Jesus again as king, and then under him you're going to have David. Under him under David you're going to have the 12 apostles. Under the 12 apostles you're going to have the people of Israel. Then you're going to have princes, counselors, and all that kind of stuff there. But there are two branches of government that are going to be enacted during this millennial kingdom. Also, during the millennial kingdom, what also is going to take place is there's going to be a new Temple Mount. You know how we look over to Israel and all eyes are on Israel at all times? We're all kind of like keying in on this third temple kind of ordeal, because we're all paying attention to the red heifers. We understand the red heifers are very significant. They got to do something with the red heifer soon, because they don't live forever. And they need to do something with it, which is one of the reasons why I think that the rapture is going to happen in our lifetime. I was like, the red heifers are there to purify people to go into the temple. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen. They could, keep the water, and they could have that whole thing and just set it aside for 1,000 years. But who knows? I don't think that's the case, just because of how everything else is spiraling right now. But that's just one drop in the bucket as for one of the reasons why I believe that we are living in the last seconds of the last days. I do believe the rapture will occur in my lifetime. But anyways, people are paying attention to this third temple, which they should be. But the third temple is not a good thing. The third temple is a bad thing. The third temple is bad because people who want the third temple are trying to get back under the law. They want to get back under the Levitical system. The Jewish people, many of them are lost, and that's heartbreaking. And so when you think about the Jewish people and how they are longing for a third temple, what they are basically doing is they are constantly rebelling against Jesus. They are rebelling. They do not acknowledge him as the Messiah. And that's why they want to get back under the law, because when they get back under the law, they can shed some blood. And when they do that, they think that that's where they are atoning for their sins. It doesn't work that way. They already missed the time of their visitation, and that's why they are blind in part, because they missed the time of their visitation. And that's what Jesus said when he rode into town on a donkey in Luke chapter 19. So it's really fascinating seeing how all of this stuff is coming together. But there is going to be, during this millennial kingdom, there is going to be a new Temple Mount. So right now over in Israel, there's like a little itty bitty temple, like a little itty bitty mount, like a little mount where the temple is going to be on. But during the millennial kingdom, there's going to be a huge brand new temple. And that's what you and I can refer to as the millennial mountain. On top of this millennial mountain that is going to rise during the millennial kingdom, there's going to be a millennial temple. Now, we know that this is going to be needed. And the reason why we know this is going to be needed is because the dimensions of this fourth temple, the millennial temple, are given to us in Ezekiel. Ezekiel tells us that the temple is going to be 1 mile by 1 mile by 1 mile by 1 mile. That's how big it's going to be. It's going to be a massive mile. You can't put the dimensions of the Ezekiel temple, which is the fourth temple, over there in Israel right now. You can't do it. It doesn't fit. So there needs to be a new mountain, a new Temple Mount. And so on top of that Temple Mount is going to be this millennial temple. And then out of that temple is going to flow water, and then it's going to flow down to Jerusalem. It's going to break off into two branches. Part of it's going to go to the Dead Sea. Part of it's going to go to the Mediterranean Sea. And that water is going to turn everything to life. It's going to absolutely be unbelievable. It's going to be really, really cool. But that's in Revelation chapter 20. And all of this is going to take place while Lucifer is bound for 1,000 years. So Lucifer is going to be bound for 1,000 years. And so what you also need to recognize is that during this millennial time period, there is still going to be sin on earth. That is something that many people have a hard time understanding, but there is going to be sin on earth. There are people who so the way it works is if you go back to Matthew 25 and you read about the the sheep and goat judgments. On the sheep and goat judgments, the sheep and goat judgments are specifically, it's a judgment that is specific for the Gentiles who survive the 7 years of tribulation. There is going to be people who survive the 7 years of tribulation. They're all going to get a shirt. It's like, I survived the tribulation. No, that's not what's going to happen at all. But you get my point here is there's people that are going to survive it. And so the people who survive the 7 years of tribulation, they are going to stand before the judgment, the sheep and goat judgment. And these people who stand before the sheep and goats, or who take part of the sheep and goat judgment, are going to be Gentiles. And the reason why they're Gentiles is because they are judged based upon how they treated the Jewish people. Now, this is not a salvation issue that is taking place at this judgment. They are not born again because they helped the Jewish people or they hurt the Jewish people. That is not a salvation. That would be a salvation of works. This is not that. The judgment that is going to take place during the sheep and goat judgment, they have these Gentiles that are going to appear there have already made their decision. They have already made their decision. And what I mean by that is that they have already decided to receive the mark of the beast, or they rejected the mark of the beast. And so they make one decision. They either choose to receive the Antichrist or they choose to receive Jesus Christ. So the sheep are Gentiles who accepted Jesus during the 7-year tribulation. The goats are the ones who received the mark of the beast, and those are the goats. And so it's a very clear, easy picture to decide here. It's not going to take much time at all, obviously, but there's going to be a separation of sheep and goats. The sheep who go into the millennial kingdom are literally, they're going to stand before, I want you to imagine that you are standing before me and I am the judge. And so I'm the judge and you're standing before me, and let's pretend I'm God here. Let's pretend I'm Jesus for a second. Let's say I see you're a sheep and I'm like, okay, you can enter into the kingdom. You're just gonna casually stroll. You might like skip a little bit and trip over. No, my point here is you are going to literally walk into the kingdom. God's going to be like, yeah, go ahead and go on in. And so you are going to be born again, and everybody who is born again is going to enter the kingdom that survived the tribulation period. And so right when the clock starts for the 1,000 years, to begin, everybody who is in the kingdom is a born again believer. Everybody. But then as time goes on, there's people who are going to have babies. People are going to have children. Children are going to grow up. They're going to have children. And so there's going to be a lot of people being born during the millennial kingdom. There's going to be a lot of people. How many people can be born in 1,000 years? A lot of people. And so there's going to be people having kids all over the place. And then, this is going to be like an amazing environment. Like this is going to be where like the earth, the curse is kind of lifted off of the earth, and people are going to be able to plant stuff. And right when they plant it, it's going to grow. It's going to be unlike anything we've ever seen before. And during this time, people are going to have a decision to make. So I want you to imagine you are one of those people who went to the sheep and goat judgments. You see Jesus sitting on the throne. You knew everything that took place during the tribulation. And then you go into the kingdom. You're like, oh, this is wonderful. Now that is your experience. But then I want you to fast forward like 300 years to where now you're a great grandma. And you got like all kinds of grandbabies all over the place. They do not know what you knew. They do not know what you went through. They don't know all of the things that took place during the tribulation. You can take them to Jesus, but they also can choose to reject him. And there's going to be people who are born in the millennial kingdom who are going to reject Jesus, and they're going to reject him as king. And the people who reject him as king are going to basically all come together at the end of Revelation chapter 20, or in Revelation chapter 20, verse 9 and verse 9. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 9, you see after Satan is released from his prison, he is going to go to Gog. He's going to whisper something in his ear, and then he's going to have a thought in his mind, and then he is going to go and he's going to get all of his people gathered, and they are going to surround the city of Jerusalem, the millennial city of Jerusalem, and the camps. And so that is the second battle of Gog and Magog. The first one is when Jesus returns the first time at the Battle of Armageddon. The second one is when God sends fire out of heaven at the end of the millennial kingdom. So there are two big battles that take place. One is the Battle of Armageddon, which is the second coming, which is at the end of the tribulation. And the other one is at the end of the millennial kingdom. And you can read about those, and they are in detail in Ezekiel chapter 38 and chapter 39. So we went over all of those things before. You can go check it out. I gave you everything I had on that, which was some really fascinating stuff, but it's really, really deep to understand what's going on there. And it's really fun when you start catching some details and you're like, oh, that's a little detail. And you start to connect it on other things. You're just like, man, this is super neat. But that's Revelation chapter 11. I'm sorry, Revelation chapter 20. Also in Revelation chapter 20, you have the great white throne judgment. During this time period, during the great white throne judgment, there's going to be people. There's going to be the people who take part of the great white throne judgment are unbelievers. They are nothing but unbelievers who take part in this great white throne judgment. You do not want to go to this great white throne judgment. This is all bad. So the people who take part of the great white throne judgment are going to stand there, and God, Jesus specifically, is going to judge them. And they are going to be judged according to their works. Now, if you're a born again believer, the whole works idea has nothing, it doesn't really matter it's not a salvation issue. But if somebody dies and they never put their faith in Jesus Christ, well, then the way that they are judged is based upon how they live their life. And so we spent some time unpacking some ideas where were examples in the New Testament of people being judged by how they live their life. For example, in the book of Matthew, what you see is Jesus he did some amazing things that we are not told about, but he did some amazing things in the book of Matthew. And he says, woe to you, Bethsaida, woe to you, Chorazin, because if the mighty works that were done in you were done over in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented. And so Jesus is basically saying, look out, Bethsaida, look out, Chorazin, because you guys are going to receive a greater punishment because they had more light that was revealed to them. And because more light was revealed to them and they rejected that light, that means that their punishment is going to be greater, because when they reject that great light, that means that they have to be really dark. And then they get darker and darker and darker and darker and darker. And then they keep going that way until until their life expires. And so it's really interesting seeing this whole talk about this millennial or this great white throne judgment taking place, because there's so many things to unpack here. But you have two different books here. You have the book of works and you have the book of life. The book of life, I propose to you guys two different ways to view this. There are some people who believe there are three books. Some people believe that there's the book of life, there's the Lamb's book of life, and then there's the book of works. I personally don't believe that. I believe there are two books. I believe there's the book of life, and I believe there's the book of works. I believe the book of life is the same thing as the Lamb's book of life, and you can dive into that, and it would be beneficial for you to do that. But basically, we unpack two passages in the book of Psalms that basically talk about the idea of people's names being blotted out of the book of life. And so the question is, can your name be blotted out of the book of life? And the answer, before I give that to you, is I want you to understand, if you are saved, you are always saved. That is not on you to maintain your salvation. If it is a genuine situation, if you have become born again, if you are a new creation, then that's done. That is a one and done deal. And so I say that now we can go into what the book of life is. Can your name be blotted out of the book of life? Yes, it can. And here's why. Because when everybody is born, when anybody has ever had a heartbeat, anybody who has ever had a heartbeat, their name is written in the book of life. And that's where God wants it to stay. But there are people who reject Jesus, and as they go about their life, they continue to live that life of rebellion, and then they die physically. And when they die physically and they never put their faith in Jesus, their name is blotted out of the book of life, and then it's written in the book of works. And so that is two books. Everybody's name is in the book of life, but those who reject Jesus until their last breath, then their name is blotted out, and then it's written in the book of works. And so hopefully that kind of helps explain some things or at least give you an idea to kind of piggyback off of. I'm not saying that this is the end all be all. I'm saying this is my idea of understanding. And there are people who have other ideas. You can dive into that. That's just the way I see it right now. And so hopefully that can help. Again, I don't know everything, and I'm never going to. That's why I always encourage you guys to test all things and to hold fast to that which is good. We are to receive the word with all readiness and search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things are so. That's the tough part, guys. I mean, hearing it and then going out and doing the searching part, that is tough, because there's a lot of stuff in here. And so it really is basically giving you this huge responsibility of searching. Do you understand how much work goes into searching the scriptures? It is insanely difficult, but it is doable. And I need you to understand how awesome you and I have it right now. Because if you want to look up a word, I was talking to my dad the other day. My dad's a pastor, for those of you who do not know. I was talking to my dad the other day, and he comes out and he like hands me this book, and it's like two of these. It was like this thick. Like it was like this. One book. This is one book. This is like 4 inches, and he hands it to me. And this is an older book, and he's like showing me through it, and he's like, this is this, this and this, and he's like, yeah, everything that I used to have to do here, I can now do on the Blue Letter Bible. He's like, it is unbelievable how much time that saves to unpack all of this stuff. He's like, what used to take me weeks, I can do it in a couple minutes. He's like, that is unbelievable. And so this goes hand in hand with, in Daniel, we see it says knowledge will increase, right? Now knowledge shall go to and fro. And so we see that, but it's specifically in biblical matters. We have a lot of light that other generations never had. There's a lot of people who came before us who just had a whole bunch of question marks bouncing around in their head. They are like, I don't know what any of this talks about. I have no idea. But you and I have the ability to learn so much. And here's where it gets heartbreaking. We have the ability to learn so much, but we as a body, and I'm not calling out anybody in here, but like the church in general just isn't doing it. We have it all right there. And we're like, yeah, that's cool. It's right there. Yeah, I'm going to go over here. And so that's what people are doing in our world today. People see the option. They see all the tools and how we can streamline the process to learn and learn and learn and learn. But we're not doing it. Nobody's doing it. There are people who are doing it, but it's very little numbers. And so it's so interesting to see what we have available and what we aren't using. But if we have what is available to us and we put it back during the time of when the church was born, can you imagine how it would have just blown up? It would have been unbelievable. What's up, Andrew? Good to see you, man. Thank you. You too, man. Thank you. Hey, what's up, Starve Jacob? Good to see you, brother. Hopefully you're doing well. So anyways, it's really fascinating. These people who are going to be judged by the book of works are people who have died and never gave their life to the Lord. And we talked about that because in Luke chapter 16, I think it is, I think it's in Luke 16, you have the rich man and you have Lazarus, and they both die, but they go to a place called Paradise and Hades. Now Hades, or hell, is different than the lake of fire. Hades is a temporary waiting place. So when the rich man died and Lazarus died, they went to different places. So if you imagine Hades being a ball, and this whole ball is called Hades, but when you split it open, this part of Hades is called Hades. This is the bad part, but the top part is called Paradise. So when the rich man died, he went to the tormenting side. When Lazarus died, he went to Paradise, the good side, the comforted side. And so they see each other. They're looking at each other. They're looking back and forth. They're even talking to one another. Can you imagine the conversations that we don't know about? Like what kind of stuff? Like, you're ugly and your mama dresses you funny. No, I'm sure they're not saying that, but I'm just saying they probably are having conversations that happened back then. And those kind of conversations probably could take place because they took place between the rich man and Lazarus, which is crazy, or rich man and Abraham. And so, but it's really interesting. After Jesus died, he went to Paradise and he took all of his people home, Abraham, Lazarus, and all the other people, and he took them home. And so now in our world today, to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. That is a New Testament concept. Everything changed after Jesus died. That's why we look back to the cross, and they in the Old Testament were looking forward to the cross. And so you and I, we are covered and cleansed by the blood of Jesus. But back then, the Old Testament saints, they were just covered by the blood of animals. And so that's why it was enough to separate them from Hades and to keep them out of Hades, but it wasn't enough to get them into heaven. And so they were stuck in limbo in a roundabout way. So they couldn't get to heaven because they were covered by animal blood. That's why they were in a place called Paradise. But then when Jesus died, his blood covered them and cleansed them. And so then they were able to go to heaven. And so it's an amazing thing. Voice sounded good. What's up, Sam Bam? How you doing? Yeah, it's hanging in there. I got a Jocko here just for emergencies, and we're gonna crack that soon, I think. But hopefully everything's going well. Okay, hey Anita, thank you so much. So that's Revelation chapter 20. There's a lot of things going on in Revelation chapter 20, and that is where we will probably end the review. And now we're actually going to dive into the actual conversation. We're actually going to dive into the study. So if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. And that is what we are doing. We just so happen to be in the book of Revelation. We have been doing this Bible study for about a year and a half now. This is the second time we have done the book of Revelation. We started it. It was the very first book that we've ever done. And now we are going through it again a second time about a year and a half later. But all of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. If you guys have not followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you to follow me on YouTube because TikTok might be going away sometime. I don't know if TikTok is going away. They keep threatening us with that. So who knows? But one way or the other, they could just take my account down and, then we would never be able to hang out anymore. So if you want to follow me on YouTube, I'm live streaming on YouTube as well. And I upload all of these studies to YouTube so that you can go back and rewatch them. We've done 25 books or so. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the Pauline epistles. We've done Isaiah, Zechariah, Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter. We've done all of those. And so if you're interested in a verse by verse Bible study where you dive deep into it, then maybe consider this one, because we do the best that we can. And we always try to keep the main thing. The main thing is always going to be, how do you know for sure you can get to heaven? The gospel. The gospel is everything. It is this whole Bible study is always going to be about the gospel. And hey, thank you, Holly. Thank you for that gift. Thank you. Very kind. Thank you so much. And so, what? Unboxing. Oh, snap. Is that what that means? Very cool. If that's what I think it means. But the gospel is, how do you, in order to appreciate the good news, you need to understand the bad news. The bad news is that for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. There's more bad news, that the wages of sin is death. So not only have you fallen short of the glory of God, but you are under the death penalty. In Romans 6:23, it says, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. Thank you, Anita. Thank you guys for those gifts. That's very kind. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord, period. It's not through Jesus Christ our Lord, comma, and going to church and making sure. No, it is through Jesus Christ our Lord. You need to believe that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for our sins, that he was buried, that he was crucified, he was buried, he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so you got a whole bunch of other doctrines out there, a whole bunch of other gospels out there where people like to add water baptism attached to that gospel. And they say, no, it's Christ and water baptism. And I am in complete disagreement. And I say it is Christ and Christ alone, Christ plus nothing. You are putting your faith in what he did, on the cross. And to be justified is Christ alone. It is him. It is he who gets the glory. He does not need your help in order to be saved. You getting water baptized is not like, finally, he did it, the thing I couldn't do. No, it is Christ alone. For God to love the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And so that is what you need to recognize. It is your belief. It is your faith in Christ and Jesus alone, Jesus plus nothing. That is the gospel. But just be on guard. There are other people out there who preach a different gospel. And so you need to really be on guard on that. And so that is always going to be the main thing in these studies. Okay. So that is Ephesians 2:8-9 needs to be made into a shirt. I know that is grace through faith, right? That's kind of like what I was trying to simplify it down in a roundabout way. Jocko time. Jocko. Okay. Yeah. I couldn't agree more. Let's go, Jake Dog. Ooh, do Acts 17:11. Hydrate extra. That's me hydrating. Please. 17 verse 11. Like, are you talking like the whole verse? Search the scriptures. And certain could do that. Yeah, maybe. Um, this break brought to you by Jago. Yeah. Okay. I have a little heater going on. Hold on. It's kind of hot in these rhinos. Coke for me. Oh man. What's up, Grace? Okay, so if you guys are new here, if you haven't followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you to do that just so we can stay in touch forever, or I'll find you. What's that? But if you wanted to follow me over there, I'd appreciate it. Also, there is, if you guys like these types of shirts where it's a very simplistic kind of message, this one says "One day closer to home." Um, and this one is I want sheesh stickers. Yeah, there are. We do have some stickers. It was actually working on that, so those things are also coming. I only have one right now. I'm working. There's so much. It's rather complicated. So if anybody's amazing at this stuff and they want to if they want to do one, let me know. You can always send it to me, and I can be like, oh, I really like it. No, I'm just messing. But it is there's things that are on the agenda. But if you want to go check it out, there is, yes, thank you, Amber. It's threadsthatpreach.com. If you guys order anything off of this website, 100% of it goes to supporting this Bible study. And so that's the hope. That is the goal. That is what we're trying to do. We're trying to continue this Bible study to see if this thing can continue on, because it's amazing and I enjoy it. And I know there's other people here that enjoy it too. Thank you, Bridget. Yes, threadsthatpreach.com. I need a sheep sticker. What? I can always help with graphic stuff. Are you good with graphics? Oh man, there's some pretty interesting things out there. I'm just trying to learn it. Learning is like the hardest part, and everything I'm doing right now is learning. My brother came over and helped me change my water heater yesterday. I was like, everything's breaking. Why is everything breaking all at once? I'm telling you what, it's been the last 4 months of my life have been a wild ride. But you know what? One day closer to home. And that is something to really remember. I have ideas, just know where to put them or the graphics. Okay. Yeah. No, putting the ideas into actual reality is not the easiest thing to do. My fridge just broke. Not the fridge. It always breaks all at the same time. I'm telling you what, I feel you. Everything hits at once. It's always all the time. It's it's wild. It's okay though. It's okay. It is okay. You know what's kind of funny is that throughout the entire thing though, like I'm just like, you know what? Like maybe this was like, and so this was one of the things that I've been praying for myself is I've been praying to not let the yeah, Julie's really good at this stuff. Oh man, Julie made a couple orders, and each order had something wrong with it, and so she messaged me directly. She's like, "Hey, on this order, I gotta need to change this, and then on this order, the address needs to go to this one." And I'm just like, "Oh, you gotta love it. It's okay. It's fine. I'm not mad. I'm not mad." I would love a shirt that says "Make Heaven Crowded." Make heaven crowded. Oh man, that would be a good one. There's a lot of good ideas. I was trying to like even come up with like a little, I don't know. There's one shirt that that I think I'm pretty done designing. And it basically, it's not one line going across like this. It actually is like layers going down, like line, and it says we look most like Jesus when we serve. I like that one, and I'd put obviously would put a verse on top of that one as well. But now I'm like thinking of like colors, like different colors and different options, and it gets a little, it gets a little interesting. Trying to balance it all out and try to do it, and then there's a lot. You order it, you do it, you wear it, you photograph it, you upload it, and then you see if anybody likes it. So it's a whole thing. It is a whole thing. Bridget would love that. Yes. I thought you might, but yeah, no, there's some things up there that I'm working on. So anyways, that is all up there. If you guys want to go check it out though, just go take a peek. And even if you don't buy anything, thank you, Holly. Thank you for that gift. That is super kind. Thank you so much. I am really humbled. Every time you guys, honestly, whenever somebody orders something, like it almost breaks my heart every time because I'm just like, these are people who want to support me, and I am really truly humbled by it. I'm not even joking. It is a complete humble punch in the face, and I'm just like, oof. So thank you. I don't say that lightly. I mean it very, very much. And so thank you for that. And so there are some things coming, and it's been a journey of all the emotions. I'm in a glass cage of emotion. What's up, Ashley? Good to see you. There was something. Oh, that was one thing that I was going to tell you. One of the things that I've been like praying for, like whenever you go through a hard time, like for me, for example, like using me as this example, and there's different levels of hard times. People are going through everything. Like you're going through stuff. I'm going through stuff. Everybody's going through stuff. But when you're going through stuff, you sometimes like it's like if you pray while you're going through something, that the lessons that you're learning are not wasted. Meaning that sometimes like everything could be rainbows and butterflies and everything is going great in your opinion, like, but just because things are great in your opinion doesn't mean that you're living for the Lord in the way that you should be living. And so when things go wrong, sometimes it allows you to remember who has been holding you up the entire time. And then you remember, because we never really forget about God, right? Like he's always there. We're like, yeah, whatever. But sometimes when you fall down, sometimes you're just like, how far I have gone, how far I have strayed away, how far. And so when you fall or when you go through something, it really does one of two things. It either pushes you further away from God or it brings you back to God. And so don't allow the lessons to be wasted is what I would encourage you to pray, and incorporate that in your prayer. When you're praying, be like, Lord, I'm going through it right now. And I know you're in control, but help me to not lose the lessons that you're trying to teach me here. And I want a hoodie, even though you only offer pullovers. I'm still going to buy one soon. Amen. Yes, right. Bridget's so good. Anita, hey, thanks for subscribing, Anita, on YouTube. That is super kind. Thank you so much for that. That is awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Well said, Ryan. Hey, thank you, Gina. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive on into it. Let's go ahead. Right, Michael? Amen for that. Let's go ahead and get on into it. Guys, if you're new here, we have just completed our recap of Revelation chapter 1 through 20. And now we are going to dive into Revelation chapter 21. And this is going to be really, I just want you guys to be prepared to have your brains just stretched. We're going to stretch them. So if you want to do some brain stretches while I take a drink of this Jocko, then you can go ahead and do that, because we're about to stretch them. So, okay. So make sure you have plenty of hydration and a snack. Charlotte just called me a snack. No, I'm totally kidding. But yes, I know. After this, I'm going to drink a gallon of coffee. No, I'm totally kidding. I'll drink. I have that big thing of water. I try to do that every day. So that is, let's go. Yes. Story Jades. Hello. The old brain. Yes. Use a good stretch. A gallon of coffee. Okay. Yeah. Katie, hopefully you're doing well, Katie. How is it over in Arizona? Man, I love me some Arizona. All right, here we go. Revelation chapter 21. So we ended Revelation chapter 20 with the end of the millennial kingdom, right? Hello. Hi. What's up, Georgian? Hi, Ryan. I hope I can make it. Yeah, you're here. Right. You're here right now. You made it. You did it. Set small goals and you just achieve them right away. I hope I can drink the rest of this Jocko. That's little victories. Revelation chapter 21. So in Revelation chapter 20, okay, so just a little review of the last chapter that we finished, just so we can kind of like run into this chapter just naturally. Revelation chapter 20 ended with the great white throne judgment. So in Revelation chapter 20, it ends. You have Satan getting released in Revelation chapter 20. He goes and he deceives nations on the earth, which is basically speaking of Gog and Magog, which was when they go against the people during the millennial kingdom, at the end of the millennial kingdom. And then after Satan surrounds the city and surrounds the camp, basically fire comes out of heaven. And when fire comes out of heaven, it devours all of the enemies, and they all stand before the great white throne judgment. And when they stand before the great white throne judgment, the books are opened and they are judged according to their works. So they're standing there in their human bodies. Their souls were reunited with bodies. They're standing there and they receive their sentencing. And then when that person gets sentenced, then they stand aside, then that person gets sentenced, then they stand aside, that person gets sentenced, then they stand aside. And that's just how it is. And then at the end, after everybody is sentenced, then the sentence is executed, which is when they are thrown into the lake of fire. And we talked about there's different levels of punishment. There's different degrees of punishment. The beast and the false prophet, and obviously Satan, they're going to get the worst of the worst. And then everybody else is going to have their own degrees. And that's why when Jesus was talking to the Pharisees in Matthew chapter 23, he says, woe to you, Pharisees, scribes and Pharisees. And he's like, hypocrites. He says, you will receive a greater condemnation. So receiving a greater condemnation implies receiving the ability to receive a lesser condemnation. And so there's the options that's on the table. Now, don't get it twisted. Condemnation in any kind of form is terrible, but you need to know who you are in Christ. And if you're a born again believer, you need to recognize that there is now, therefore, now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. That is something to hold on to and be like, that's mine. This is my verse. I'm going to hang on to it, because when you beat yourself up, this is what we ended with last time. And I love it. This is what, if you're a born again believer and your heart condemns you, in 1 John 3, it says, if your heart condemns you, God is greater than your heart. But then it continues on. He's like, but if your heart does not condemn you, you have confidence in God. There are born again believers who do not know the word of God. And so therefore they do not have confidence in God. And so therefore their own hearts are condemning themselves. But then when you read Romans 8, he says there's now therefore now no condemnation. And so we need to understand who you are in Christ. And because when you understand who you are, that is powerful. That is powerful. There's just a lot of people who are born again, but they don't know who they are. They're just like, ah. So that's Revelation chapter 20. So in Revelation chapter 21, much of the first 20 chapters of Revelation much of the first 20 chapters of Revelation the details that are found in the first 20 chapters of Revelation can be found in the Old Testament, but details of the final eternal order can only be found in the last 2 chapters of the book of Revelation. The final eternal order is what we are going to be talking about today, the eternal order. And the details of this eternal order can be found in Revelation chapter 21 and Revelation chapter 22. So the millennial kingdom was 1,000 years, but we are told that his kingdom has no end, right? So we understand he was reigning as king during the millennial kingdom. But in Isaiah, if you want to go to Isaiah chapter 9 real fast, Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6 and 7. In Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6, it says, for unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulder. And his name will be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace, there will be no end upon the throne of David and over his kingdom, to establish it and with judgment and justice from that time forward, even forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. So in those passages, what we find is that his kingdom will have no end, no end. And so when you look at the millennial kingdom and you see how the millennial kingdom is going to last for 1,000 years, and then at the end of the millennial kingdom, there's the great white throne judgment. Well, then what happens at the end of after the great white throne judgment? Well, we understand his kingdom has no end. And so that's what Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6 and 7 tells us. But the reason that his throne and kingdom has no end is because of the eternal person that is going to, or that is a part of the Davidic covenant. Do you guys remember the Davidic covenant? We talked about there's 4 eternal things in the Davidic covenant, and you can read about this in 2 Samuel chapter 7 and 1 Chronicles chapter 17, I think it is. But the Davidic covenant promises 4 eternal things. There's 4 eternal things that God promised to David. One of the eternal things was there was always going to be a David's household would always remain. It was always going to be eternal. That was a promise. That was a promise. Eternal dynasty. Then there was an eternal throne that was promised to David. Then there was an eternal kingdom that was promised to David. And the reason why these promises can be made is because of the eternal person that came from David, which is Jesus. Jesus was that eternal person. Because of Jesus, all of the other things make sense. Because of Jesus, all of those other things make sense. And so we know his kingdom has no end because of that eternal person, and that person culminates with Jesus. So after the 1,000 years, the rule of Jesus will continue into the eternal order. And all that is known about this eternal order is in Revelation chapter 21, all the way to Revelation chapter 22, verse 5. So from Revelation chapter 21, verse 1 to Revelation chapter 22, verse 5, you are given the most detail about this eternal state that we have really no idea about. We have no idea. We're peeking through a keyhole here, people. Like, that's what we're doing when we're taking a glimpse into this eternal order. But you can read about that in Revelation chapter 21 through chapter 22, verse 5. In Revelation chapter 21, we are told that in Revelation, let's look at Revelation chapter 21, verse 1 and 2. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 1 and 2, it says, "Now I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth had passed away. Also, there was no more sea." Now, we talked about this the other day, like, because the former earth is going to dissolve. We talked about that, right? So that's in 2 Peter chapter 3. If you guys wanted to turn over there just to remind yourselves, go to 2 Peter chapter 3 real quick. In 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10. In 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10, 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10, it says, "But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in which the heavens will pass away with a great noise, and the elements will melt with fervent heat. Both the earth and the works that are in it will be burned up." So we know that there is coming a day where the things that we see right now are going to kind of change when it turns into the millennial kingdom. And then you'll have this millennial kingdom, which it will be functioning a lot better because Jesus is reigning as king. But then after that millennial kingdom, that world where that kingdom is set up is going to dissolve. It's going to go away. It's going away. But his kingdom is never going away. His kingdom gets moved over to the new heavens and the new earth. And so that is what we see here in Revelation chapter 21, verse 1 and 2. So in Revelation chapter 21, verse 1, it says, "Now I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away. Also there was no more sea." So we are told that John observed no sea. That is an interesting thing to really document. Now, sea can represent a couple things. Sea can represent chaos, but seas also represent separation and barriers. But to replace the old order, new heavens and a new earth will be created. And that is what we see in Revelation chapter 21, verse 1. The first earth was originally made as a mineral garden, which is really provocative to consider, that the first earth before the fall, before Adam and Eve fell, the first earth was basically a garden that had a whole bunch of organic material in the form of minerals. Like, let's go to Ezekiel chapter 28 real fast and let's check it out. Go to Ezekiel chapter 28. I don't know the verse yet. Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 12. Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 12. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 12. Okay, so in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 12, it says, "Son of man, take up lamentation for the king of Tyre and say to him, thus says the Lord God, you were the seal of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. Now, here, obviously, we've been in this passage a lot in the past studies, but this king of Tyre, it's not like he's not writing to the human king of Tyre. He's writing to the power that's behind the king of Tyre. The power that's behind the king of Tyre is Satan. And we know that because the first thing that God says, where Ezekiel says, "Thus says the Lord God, you are the seal of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty." And then in verse 13, it says, "You were in Eden." And so we understand that this is God addressing Lucifer. This is God having a conversation to the king of Tyre, but it's not the king of Tyre, it's Satan. So he goes on and he says, "You," in verse 12, he says, "You were the seal of perfection." I mean, that is unbelievable. Think about that for a second. That is how God himself describes Lucifer. That is your adversary, by the way. That is your adversary. That's crazy. That's absolutely wild. Isaiah 14 tells us that it is him who deceives or destroys the nations. That's also important to recognize. So when you're looking out into the world and you're seeing a whole bunch of broken people and broken governments just doing broken things, it's because of who the prince of the power of the air is. This is his kingdom, and his kingdom's broken. And that's what you're seeing real time right now. But in Revelation chapter 28, verse 13, God continues and says, "You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering." So now we're going to be talking about stones. So these stones here are going to be basically what was around in this garden. Now, this is really interesting. This is the stuff that like stretches your mind. But let's read verse 13 real quick. In Ezekiel 28, verse 13, it says, "You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering. The sardius, topaz, and diamond, beryl, onyx, jasper, sapphire, turquoise, and emerald with gold. The workmanship of your timbrels and pipes was prepared for you on the day you were created." So we recognize that Satan is a created thing, which is important to recognize because there's some people out there who say he is God, like he is the God. There's Luciferians out there who are just like, nope, this is God, which is why you need to always be careful on when people say, "Oh, I believe in God." Well, okay, well, which God? Which God is that? But here in the garden, in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 13, we are told that Eden, the Garden of Eden, is referred to as the Garden of God. The Garden of God. That's a big deal. And the reason why that's a big deal is because if I say that over there is, like if that is, let's just one of the president, let's just use Trump. That is President Trump's house. You would be like, "Oh, that's a big, oh man, oh, that's, you'd be, oh." But if I say that's the garden of God, that is a big deal, a garden. And so what I want you to pay attention to in verse 13, Ezekiel 28, verse 13, is that the stones that are mentioned here is what is focused on. Eden, the garden of God, is not described as having all kinds of flowers and lilies and trees. No, what's described in this garden are stones. It's almost like describing more of a light kind of aspect more than anything. It's light and colors more than. And so when we think of the Garden of Eden, like I truly think we have no idea what it was like back then. Like we have a little cartoon version in our mind, like where they're walking around and, like they're all, Adam and Eve are naked and like, it's just like, oh, fine. But like, I think there's just so much more to it than what we can even comprehend. And so you have these stones that are being very connected to the Garden of God. And it's also connected to Satan. So you have these stones that are being back and forth that are associated with the Garden of God. And then we learn a little bit more in verse 14. In verse 14, it says, "You were the anointed cherub who covers. I established you. You were on the holy mountain of God. You walked back and forth in the midst of fiery stones." So stones are something that we're trying to pay attention to here because as we read Revelation chapter 21, we're going to see more stones that are coming up as we get into the new city, the new Jerusalem. There's a description that we're going to read here, but the foundation is what we're building here. Stones. And here in Revelation chapter 28, verse 13, there are 10 stones that are given to us. But in Revelation chapter 21, which was when we get there finally, we will see that there are not 10, there are 12. And so there's a difference. Here there are 10 in Revelation, or in Ezekiel 28. There are 10 stones here, but in the New Jerusalem, there are going to be 12. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, but I just wanted you to recognize that the first earth before Adam and Eve fell was originally made as a mineral garden of sorts that seemed to have covered everything within Eden. And so that seems to be kind of what Ezekiel is talking about. Those stones are closely associated with the garden of God and Lucifer himself. But the garden, that Garden of Eden, served in a sense as Satan's second abode. But when Satan fell, not only was he judged, but also the earth was judged under him, because the earth was under his authority, because he was the cherub who covers. He was the top dog. This dude was everything, right? Like Lucifer is a very, very formidable foe. Like, and so when you just allow yourself to allow the words that God said in application to Satan as saying, you were the seal of perfection. That's mind-blowing to me. That is mind-blowing to me. That is unbelievable. And then we understand that Lucifer fell because of his beauty, right? And so there was pride that was found in his heart. And so pride is why he fell. But so in the new earth, there's going to be no oceans. Going back to Revelation chapter 21, in the new earth, there's going to be no oceans or no more sea. The new heavens and new earth will need to be created. We understand that because of Revelation chapter 21. We see that there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth. These are going to be created. Now, what's interesting about them being created is that the New Jerusalem has already been built. And so this is really neat to think about that. There's three things on the board here. You have new heavens, new earth, and a new Jerusalem. There's three: new heavens, new earth, new Jerusalem. The new heavens and the new earth are going to be created. Because when these go away, there's going to be a new heavens and a new earth. But the new Jerusalem will have already been built. Now, the city, this new Jerusalem city that we're going to be talking about, seems to be what Jesus spoke of. And let's go to John chapter 14, verse 2. Go to John chapter 14 real quick. John chapter 14, verse 2. Hey, thank you, Charlie. Wendy, hello. John chapter 14, verse 2. In John chapter 14, verse 2, Jesus says, verse 1. In John chapter 14, verse 1, it says, "Let not your heart be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you to myself, that where I am, there you may be also." So here in John chapter 14, verse 2 and 3, you see Jesus is talking, and he's talking to him. He's like, I'm going to go and prepare a place for you. Now, this is why it's so neat, because when you use the idea of the Galilean wedding, this is where this kind of comes into play. Jesus he's pulling from the Galilean wedding, because what was unique to them during that time period is that you could live all over Israel, and everybody knew when a wedding would take place. If you lived here, if somebody was getting married, everybody would know what date it was going to take place on. But the unique thing about the Galilean wedding is that nobody knew when it was going to take place. It was a surprise wedding. Nobody knew. And so that's why the Galilean wedding is something to really pay attention to. So here in John chapter 14, he's like, I'm going to prepare a place for you. And so those people, whenever somebody was getting engaged, if a bride and groom got engaged, the groom would go back to the father's house and start working and adding an addition onto his father's house, while the bride was back at her house, always being ready, because she never knew when the groom was going to come and get her. And so then one day, whenever it was going to take place, the father said to the son, back during that time, the father would go up to the son. The father was the only one who could give the green light to the son, be like, hey, go get your bride. And so sometime in the future, when we're using Jesus in this case, the father's going to say to the son, go get your bride. And then that's when we are going to be taken up. We are going to be harpazoed. We are going to be snatched away by force. And that's going to be neat. We are going to be meeting him in the clouds. There's a difference between meeting him in the clouds and returning with him to the ground. The rapture is different than the second coming. The rapture is where we go up. The second coming is where we come back down. So in John chapter 14, what it seems that Jesus is talking about here in John 14, verse 2 and 3, this house that he is building, that he is going to be preparing, seems to be this new Jerusalem that is going to be yet future. And so when you think about Revelation chapter 21, you have the old heavens and the old earth dissolving with fervent heat. Can't wait. I know, right, Anita? The old heavens and the new earth are going to be dissolving with fervent heat. It basically, the idea that Peter gives you in that word in 2 Peter chapter 3, it has the idea, if these are two molecules coming that are together, the molecules that are going to take place during that time where it's going to be dissolved is basically to be unbound. It's going to be unbounded from one another. Thank you, Shane, for those roses. And so these molecules are going to be unbound, which means everything is going to dissolve away, which really, the reason why Peter is telling us that is not to make us afraid of those things. It's to make you understand what is important. Because the things that people really put their attention into today, if we're being honest with one another, it's sports. I mean, sports is crazy. Like when I drive to church, like my family and I will drive to church on Sunday, and we drive past this park when it's nice out. And there's all kinds, there's ball fields, there's soccer fields, and there's like plenty of them. There's like a whole bunch of soccer fields. And we just drive right on by as we're going to church, and you just see people out there having a great time, and kids running up and down, and parents out there hooting and hollering and yelling at each other and just screaming and getting mad and fist fights. No, I'm kidding. But then you have Sunday football games. You have all of these things on Sundays. And it's just heartbreaking because like this is time that we should be. I'm not saying that's the only time. It should be every single day that we should be giving to the Lord. But in our world that we're living in today, Sunday is the day. That's the day. That's what we're down to, folks. We are down to Sunday one time, once a week. That is the average American. That is what people focus on. Be like, oh yeah, I went to church today. Oh, what'd you learn? I have no idea, but we were there physically. Does that count? No. And so it's not about your heart. It is about your heart. It's about your heart posture. And so it's always a matter of the heart. But here you have the old heavens and the old earth going away. And Peter's idea is to get you to focus on what is actually what matters. He's like, the works that we are doing right now for ourselves, they don't matter. Those are all going to be burned up unless they were for the Lord. And so that's why we need to seek ye first the kingdom of God. And so when you have such a kingdom mindset, when you are trying to make heaven crowded, I forget who said that. But when you're doing that, when you're living for the Lord, it's just going to naturally flow in your day-to-day life. And so there are people who are doing that. And so that's really cool. But this earth is going away. And when this earth goes away, there's going to be a new heavens and a new earth. But not just a new heavens and a new earth. There's also going to be a new Jerusalem. And the new Jerusalem is going to come out of heaven, which is really interesting. I want you to just try to visualize this. Like you and I are just like on the sidelines, like, this is wonderful. We got our 3D glasses on. We're just like, oh, it's like so real. I could touch it. It's just crazy what's going to be taking place during this time. But there is going to be a new heavens, new earth, and a new Jerusalem. The new Jerusalem is going to be coming out of heaven. Hey, Sandy, good to see you. And so when you keep reading, so that seems to be what Jesus is talking about in John chapter 14. Now, let's go to Galatians chapter 4, verse 26, because Paul wrote of this new Jerusalem. Go to Galatians chapter 4. Galatians chapter 4, verse 26. Paul wrote of this new Jerusalem, and he described it in a way as free. In Galatians chapter 4, verse 26, he says, but the Jerusalem above is free, which is the mother of us all. So here, Paul is pointing you and I to the new Jerusalem, which is a future Jerusalem. The reason why he says, but the Jerusalem above is free, the reason why he says it's free is because it's in contrast to what he's using here in context. He says, in this passage in Galatians chapter 4, he's comparing something that's free as opposed to something that's in bondage. So here he's comparing Sarah and Hagar. He's comparing Isaac and Ishmael. You're seeing all of the comparisons. One is free and one is in bondage. The Jerusalem that is currently around right now is currently in bondage. But here, in Galatians chapter 4, verse 26, Paul is pointing to a new Jerusalem, which is above, and he says that that one is free. It is free of oppression. And that is something that is really kind of neat because he's looking forward. And that's really fascinating. But that's in Galatians chapter 4, verse 26. This new Jerusalem that we are talking about right now is the same city that Abraham waited for in Hebrews chapter 11. Let's go to Hebrews chapter 11, verse 9. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 9. In Hebrews chapter 11, verse 9, verse 8. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8. In Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8, it says this: by faith, Abraham obeyed when he was called out or called to go out to the place which he would receive as an inheritance. And he went out, not knowing where he was going. By faith, he dwelt in the land of promise as in a foreign country, dwelling in tents with Isaac and Jacob, the heirs with him of the same promise. For he waited for the city which has foundations, whose builder and maker is God. So this city, in verse 10, in Hebrews 11, verse 10, it says, Abraham waited for the city which has foundations, whose builder and maker is God. So Abraham is looking for the future. He was looking during his time. He's looking ahead. He's like, I'm waiting for the real city. He's like, this stuff. He's like, this is whatever. He's like, I'm waiting for the city where God is the builder and where God is the maker, because he recognizes that if it's a man who's doing the building and the making, it's going to go away. He's like, so I'm waiting for that time where we are living in a different place where the builder is God and the maker is God. And that's just what he's looking there in Hebrews chapter 11, verse 9. But let's go to Hebrews chapter 12, verse 22 now. Hebrews chapter 12, verse 22. In Hebrews chapter 12, verse 22 through 24, Hebrews chapter 12, verse 22, it says, but you have come to Mount Zion and to the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, to an innumerable company of angels, to the general assembly and church of the firstborn who are registered in heaven, to God the judge of all, to the spirits of just men made perfect, to Jesus the mediator of the new covenant, and to the blood of sprinkling that speaks better things than that of Abel. So here in Hebrews chapter, what's up, Mark? Good to see you, man. What's up, Gina? Hello. In Hebrews chapter 12, verse 22, it says, but you have come to Mount Zion, the city of God, and to the city of God, of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem. It's important to recognize it's talked about there. This heavenly Jerusalem in Hebrews 12, verse 22, this heavenly Jerusalem is the new Jerusalem. It is going to be coming out of heaven. It is going to be descending out of heaven, which is why it's called the heavenly Jerusalem. But this heavenly Jerusalem is referred to as the city of God. Now, this is important because when you start hearing things of God, what we looked up already in Ezekiel 28, we learned that the Garden of Eden was what? What did it say? The Garden of Eden was the garden of God. That's the garden of God. And so here in Hebrews chapter 12, verse 22, we see the heavenly Jerusalem is the city of the living God. That's pretty neat. So you're seeing things that are God's. Now, here in Hebrews chapter 12, verse 22, it says, but you have come to Mount Zion and to the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, to an innumerable company of angels, to the general assembly and church of the firstborn who are registered in heaven. Registered in heaven. You know, like when you think of a census, like everybody, like in, like the whole Bethlehem scene, there's a census that takes place to make sure everybody is who they say they are. They take record, they count how many people they are. This is what's going on in heaven, but these people are registered in heaven. These are all born again believers. In verse 23, it says, to the general assembly and church of the firstborn who are registered in heaven. If you're going to be registered, that's where you want to be registered. But it says, to God, the judge of all, to the spirits of just men made perfect. Now, this is interesting. Why does it say the spirits of just men made perfect. The reason why it says the spirits are to the spirits of just men made perfect. The reason why it says that is because they were just because of their faith, but they were made perfect after Jesus died on the cross. You see, the just men, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David, Daniel, Moses, all of those Old Testament saints, they were just, and they went to paradise when they died. But then they were made perfect when Jesus died and came and got them and brought them home. He's like, I am making you perfect. He made them complete. And so they were just because of their faith, but they were made perfect because of what Jesus did on the cross. And so this is an allusion to the Old Testament saints. That's why it says, and to the spirits of just men. The just men is referring to the Old Testament saints. But in verse 24, it says, to Jesus, the mediator of the new covenant, and to the blood of sprinkling that speaks better things than that of Abel. So this whole conversation with the blood that's the sprinkling that speaks better things than that of Abel. When you think of Abel, Abel was the first one that we are told about in the Bible to make the first blood sacrifice. He was the very first one. He was, even though God did it, we understand God did it, but as far as human, as far as documentation is concerned, Abel was the first one to do it. And so that's why it seems like Paul, the author of Hebrews, brings up Abel here. Anyways, the whole point in being in Hebrews chapter 12 is to get you to see heavenly Jerusalem. It's the city of God. And in the city of God, in verse 22 and verse 23, you're told that there is people there. You're told who are the people who are going to be dwelling there. In verse 22, it says there's going to be an innumerable company of angels in the New Jerusalem. I can't count them all, but there's the new innumerable amount of them. They're going to be there. In verse 23, it says to the general assembly and church of the firstborn who are registered in heaven. You see the church that is going to be there. And then it says to God, the judge of all, to the spirits of just men made perfect. That's the Old Testament saints. So you have those categories that are going to be a part of this New Jerusalem. And it is, you're kind of trying to get, like, we're just trying to paint a little bit of an idea of what's going to take place in this New Jerusalem. So this city, this New Jerusalem, is going to serve as the eternal abode of multiple groups of people. In this New Jerusalem, there's going to be the entire triune God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, all three, all one there. Three in persons, one in being there. I can't wrap my mind around that, but that is going to be how it's going to be. We see in Revelation chapter, I think it's in 22, that they will see his face. And when you think about that, and obviously this is looking forward a little bit, but in Revelation chapter 22, when you think about people seeing his face, that goes in direct contrast to what we are told everywhere else. Is like, you can't see his face. But here in this city, when this is going to be a reality, people are going to see his face. And that's kind of, I was thinking about that, and I'm like, I wonder if that is when God is all in all. I wonder if that is what that's talking about, because in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, you come to this weird section where it says, and then God will be all in all. And you're like, well, what does that mean? And I don't know what it means, but there's coming a time when we are all going to be dwelling with him, and it's after Jesus gives him the kingdom. And so it's really fascinating trying to unpack this and trying to wrap your mind around it, which is why it's rather difficult, because you're balancing a whole bunch of passages and you're just like stretching your brain, trying to figure it out and trying to visualize it. I'm just trying to paint you guys a picture. Like, I'm not like, this is very heavy stuff. It's not really doable to say this is exactly, and then this, and this, but you can get an idea for something that is yet future. And that's what we are trying to do here. But this city, this New Jerusalem, you're going to have God. He's going to be there. The entire triune God is going to be there, along with all of the angels that we just read about there in Hebrews chapter 12. They're going to be there. Then you're going to have the church saints. And also you are going to have the spirits of just men made perfect, which is an allusion to the Old Testament saints. And that is really fascinating. You're going to have these people there. Let's go back to Revelation chapter 21. In Revelation chapter 21, we're going to make some movement here, but we're going to start again in Revelation chapter 21, verse 1, and we'll read a couple verses. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 1, it says, "Now I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and first earth had passed away, and there was no more sea." Now, what's interesting about the idea about there being no more sea is that during the millennial kingdom, we understand that there is going to be sea. There is going to be so while we read Revelation chapter 21, when we're reading about the new heavens and new earth, it would be good to make some comparisons of the difference between the millennial kingdom and the new heavens and the new earth. During the millennial kingdom, there is going to be sea. We understand that out of the temple, there is going to go water. It's going to go down Jerusalem. It's going to branch out and it's going to go to the Dead Sea, and it's going to go to the Mediterranean Sea. That is going to be a part during the millennial kingdom. So during the millennial kingdom, there is sea. And the sea that is around, it talks about how it's not going to be big enough for the warships to basically pass through. It's like, it's not even going to be able for these warships to even cross through. And there's not going to be any need for warships or anything like that during the millennial kingdom, because they're going to beat their plows and their swords and the plowshares and whatnot. And they're going to forget to learn war, because God is ruling and he's going to handle everything. But in Revelation chapter 21, verse 2, moving on, Revelation chapter 21, verse 2, it says, "Then I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband." Now, it's good to, right off the bat, to understand that the millennial kingdom or the millennial Jerusalem is not the same thing as the New Jerusalem. They are two very different things. The millennial Jerusalem has a lot of different things that are going to be allowed here, but the New Jerusalem is going to be. We'll do some comparing and some contrasting as we go along, but just so you know it, just so you can recognize it, they are not the same. There is going to be a millennial Jerusalem, but there's also going to be a brand new Jerusalem. Anyways, Revelation chapter 21, verse 2, it says, "Then I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband." So you see the city, new heavens, new earth, boom, boom, new heavens, new earth. And then John looks, and then he looks up and he sees a city coming down. And so it was already there. It was already there. It was already complete. It was just coming down into John's his sight. John could see it, which is really interesting. But then it goes on in verse 2. It says, "This city was prepared as a bride adorned for her husband." It's not saying this city was prepared. It is a bride. It says it's prepared as a bride. So it's like a bride adorned for her husband. So we'll talk more about this when we get to verse 9. We'll talk more about the relationship there. But moving on in Revelation chapter 21, verse 3, it says, "And I heard a loud voice from heaven saying, Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people. God himself will be with them and be their God." All right, so here in Revelation chapter 21, verse 3, there's a couple things to pay attention to. The first thing is it says, "Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men." I think it's very provocative to recognize that it's the tabernacle. It doesn't say temple. What do you think of when you think of a temple and a tabernacle? What is the difference between the two? Well, the difference between the two of a tabernacle and a temple is that the temple is stationary and the tabernacle can be moved. It's portable. So it says in verse 3, it says, "Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men," meaning God is moving. He is all over the place. He's going to be all over the place. What we're going to find out here as we continue reading in Revelation chapter 21, we're going to find that we're told very specifically that there is no temple. There is no temple. But we're told that God is it says here that the tabernacle of God is with men. And so this just is really fascinating because this is portable and it's different. Again, just comparing to the millennial kingdom. During the millennial kingdom, you have the fourth temple there, right? The first temple was built by Solomon. That was destroyed. The second temple was built by Zerubbabel. That was destroyed. The third temple is going to be built sometime during our lifetime, I think. But then that one's going to be destroyed. And then the fourth temple is what you read about in Ezekiel, chapter 40 and on. And that fourth temple is also going to go away because that temple is not going to be in the New Jerusalem. There's going to be no temple there. But here we're reading about a tabernacle. So in comparison to the millennial kingdom had a fourth temple. There was a temple. There, people are going into it. They're like, all the nations are coming to it and all this kind of stuff. But here in this New Jerusalem, there's no temple. There's going to be a tabernacle. The tabernacle of God is with men. And so you have this idea of God is just moving among them. So this is different from the temple that is in the millennial that Ezekiel saw. And so that's good to know. But verse 3, God dwelling with them. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 3, God dwelling with them is similar to how God dwelt with them in the tabernacle in the wilderness, the Shekinah glory. But here, they are not in a tent or in the wilderness. They're in the New Jerusalem, the city of God. It's his home, and we get to live there. But during the wilderness times, what's interesting about the tabernacle picture, if we go all the way back to the Old Testament, back when the tabernacle was up and running, whenever they would have the temple ready to go, the only people who were allowed into the tabernacle was who? It was the priests. The priests were the only ones who could enter into the tabernacle. But here you have a whole bunch of, you have all people. You have the Old Testament saints. You have the New Testament saints. You have the tribulation saints. And it's really neat to see, because when you go back to Revelation chapter 20, verse 6, when you read about in Revelation chapter 20, verse 6, it says, "Blessed and holy is he who has part in the first resurrection. Over such the second death has no power, but they shall be priests of God and of Christ." So these people, the people who take part, who are the people who take part of the first resurrection? Who are the people who take part of the first resurrection? It is only the born again believers. And the people who take part of the first resurrection, we are told that they are priests. They're not kings and priests. We are told that they are priests. They're all priests. You and I are kings and priests. We're different, but we're all priests. And that is interesting. Because when you think about the tabernacle and you understand the tabernacle that was back in the Old Testament, and you understand that the only people who could enter into that tabernacle were priests, God is telling everybody who takes part of this first resurrection, they're all going to be priests. And so when you think about that and you're like, wait a second, the Old Testament, only the priest could enter in where God was dwelling in the tabernacle. That's where he was. You know, like the priest could enter into the holy place, but only the high priest could enter into the holy of holy places. But you and I, during this time period here in Revelation chapter 21, we are going to be all priests, which means we are allowed to be in the presence of God. And I think that is wild. Just the details here, the consistency. I want you guys to just appreciate it. Like this book goes way back to Exodus, and you can just unpack Exodus, and you're like in Leviticus and read about the Levitical priesthood and like how it was all structured and the people who were allowed into the presence of God and in the tabernacle. But then when you fast forward all the way into the future here in Revelation chapter 21, and you read about this God, behold, the tabernacle of God is with men. God's like, I'm living with you. And you see that we're all priests at this time. And it's because we are allowed to serve. What did priests do? Priests were in the temple. They were in the tabernacle. They were constantly doing something that needed to be done in there. They were serving. Oh, man. So in Revelation chapter 21, moving on, in Revelation chapter 21, verse 4, it goes on and it says, "And God will wipe away every tear from their eyes. There shall be no more death, nor sorrow, nor crying. There shall be no more pain, for the former things have passed away." Now, the former things in verse 4, the former things is an allusion to the old order, the Adamic curse. Because back when Adam and Eve fell, obviously, let's go back to Genesis chapter 3 real quick, and let's look at Genesis chapter 3, verse 16. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 16, this was right after they fell. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 16, this is God talking. In Genesis 3, verse 16, it says, to the woman, God said, I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In pain, you shall bring forth children. Your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. Then to Adam he said, because you have heeded the voice of your wife, and have eaten from the tree of which I commanded you, saying, you shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for your sake. In toil you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for you, and you shall eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of your face you shall eat bread till you return to the ground. For out of it you were taken, for dust you are, and to dust you shall return. So in Genesis 3:16 through 19, you're seeing a lot of curses that are attached to what happens when people live in rebellion to what God wants. And so God, he created everything perfect, right? You have this perfect environment. Adam and Eve are there, but then they sinned. And because of that sin, it basically, if you imagine a snow globe and you shake it up and everything's nice and beautiful and all the snowflakes are all over the place and it's just wonderful and you're like, oh, this is really cool. But I want you to imagine like a little crack in that snow globe. Now, things are still working pretty good. You can still shake it and water's going all over the place, but there's a drop that's dropping out of that snow globe little by little, drop, 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 drop. I mean, you can still shake it and everything's still doing it. But then as a lot of time goes by, that water is getting lower and lower and lower and lower and lower in the snow globe. And now it's not doing what it should be doing. And that is a part of the curse. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse as time goes on. And so here we are. Now we're barely living, 80 years old. Like if we live 80 years old nowadays, that's like a milestone. But back then we used to live centuries, like 970 years old or something like that. And so you're seeing just the age declining. And it's because things are getting gradually worse as time goes on. Anyways, going back to Revelation chapter 21, verse 4, where it says, and God will wipe away all the tears from their eyes. There shall be no more death, nor sorrow, nor crying. There shall be no more pain. And then it goes on to say, for the former things. Now, the former things is bringing us back to the Adamic curse. That curse that was put in motion back in Genesis chapter 3 is being undone in Revelation chapter 21. So what you're reading there in Revelation chapter 1 is undoing what happened all the way back in the garden. It's being undone. Why is it being undone? How can it be undone? Well, that goes back to Revelation chapter 5, where God the Father is sitting on the throne and Jesus is worthy to go up there, take that scroll, and he redeemed it. He redeemed us. He is the kinsman redeemer. And so it is unbelievable. And the reason why it's all new, the reason why these former things are passing away is because of who is now in control. He's like, this is mine. He's like, he's like, we're doing it my way. He's like, this is how it's going to be. And so it's really, really neat. But verse 4, Revelation chapter 21, verse 4, all the bad things from Genesis chapter 3, verse 16 and whatnot are basically reversed in a roundabout way. So what's interesting about the what we read there back in Genesis chapter 3, somebody asked me, so a year and a half ago when we went through Revelation the last time, we talked about children in being born in heaven, like in actual heaven. And I was like, so a year and a half ago, I was like, yeah, it's going to be like Adam and Eve. It's going to be like imagine a world where Adam and Eve never sinned. That's basically what it's going to be like. But then just like a week or two ago, somebody asked me if it was going to happen. And I was like, I don't think so. So I've been thinking about that because I said both things because, I changed my mind on some things. And okay, so here is where I think I am landing, and I think it's on my initial thought. My initial thought was that people are going to be born in heaven, and that's a really weird concept. That's a weird thing to understand. It's weird for my mind, but here in Genesis chapter 3, it's just really fascinating because in Genesis chapter 3, it says that she was going to have pain in bringing forth children. She was going to have pain. That was part of the curse. Painful childbirth. But when you think about, if you remove pain from that, if you remove pain from the equation, you're just like, well, wait a second. So God was assuming that they would procreate. And so it's really interesting thinking about that, because he's like, you are going to have pain in childbirth. And so the question on the table is, if you try to imagine going back into Adam and Eve's brain back then and try to imagine it from their perspective, they were like, were they confused? Like, were they confused when God's like, you're going to have painful childbirth? Were they like, what is that? Or did they understand exactly what he was talking about? And so it's really interesting trying to unpack this entire thing. I don't know, beyond a shadow of a doubt. I don't know. You can make a strong argument on either side. So I would just encourage you to dive into it. It's not a big deal. It's a secondary issue. It literally affects us in zero capacity. But it is an interesting conversation. But there's both sides, there's two sides to every story. So you can unpack it and see what you think. I said the first thing a year and a half ago. I thought I changed my mind, but then after diving into it again, I think I'm back to it. I do think it's going to happen. That's just an opinion. You can test all things and hold fast to that, which is good. It's just really remarkable. I don't know. But if you imagine Adam and Eve never sinning, then they would have had children, and that does seem to be the way that it would have transpired. Anyways, Revelation chapter 21. Revelation chapter 21. Going back to Revelation chapter 21, verse 5. Hey, thank you, Carla. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 5, it says, "Then he who sat on the throne said, Behold, I make all things new. And he said to me, Write, for these words are true and faithful." So unpacking what we talked about before is that there's two orders that are on the table. There's two of them. You have the old order, which was what we're living in right now, which is this is going away. Everything you've ever seen in your entire life, this is going away. That's a temporary. And then you have the new. You have the new eternal order. So you have the temporary and there's the new eternal order. That is what is going to take place. So it is he says in verse 5, he says, Behold, I make all things new. And he said to me, Write, for these words are true and faithful. Now, this is God talking to John. And so I think it's really fascinating because God is talking to John. He says, Behold, I make all things new. And then he goes on to say, these words are true and faithful. God says, as he's talking to John, he says, hey, John, write this stuff down. He says, these things are true and faithful. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, and we can talk about it at the end of this if you would like to. There's a lot of ideas, and so not everything applies to what we just said. Some things apply to other things, some things don't apply. It's important to apply where necessary, and so that we just do the best that we can. But going back to verse 5, it said God is saying to John, write these words, for these words are true and faithful. Now, if you remember in Revelation chapter 19, Jesus is called faithful and true. And I just find it very interesting. In Revelation chapter 19, verse 11, it says this, Now I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse, and he who sat on him was called faithful and true. And that's my favorite title. I love that. That's my favorite title of him. He's faithful and true. I just absolutely love that. But here in Revelation chapter 21, after the earth and the old heavens and the old earth pass away, there's a new heaven and a new earth. And then God's talking to John. I mean, just think about that. John, if you go back all the way to Revelation chapter 1, right when John sees Jesus in Revelation chapter 1, John sees Jesus and John falls down as if John was dead. He's like, I couldn't even handle it. It was just an overwhelming, like, I can't even imagine what that was like for John. But here in Revelation chapter 21, now they're having the conversation again. And God is talking to John. And he's like, hey, John, write this down. And he's like, write these words. These words are true and faithful. Now, that is an affirmation right there. That is a huge affirmation. That is an affirmation because God is talking to John. He's saying, hey, John, what I'm telling you is 100% going to happen. Does God need to say that? No, he doesn't. But he tells John to write these things down, for these words are true and faithful. In verse 6, it says, And he said to me, It is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give of the fountain of the water of life freely to him who thirsts. He who overcomes shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. But the cowardly, unbelieving, abominable, murderers, sexual immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burns with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. So that's Revelation chapter. Hello, Rebecca. Good to see you. Thanks for being here on YouTube. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 6, God says it is done. He goes on, he says, I am the Alpha and the Omega. I'm the beginning and the end. I will give of the fountain of water of life freely to him who thirsts. That's an amazing promise right there. But then he goes on in verse 7, he says, he who overcomes shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. In verse 7, Revelation 21, verse 7, it says, he who overcomes. Now, let's go to 1 John chapter 5, verse 4. 1 John chapter 5, verse 4. He who overcomes. So in 1 John chapter 5, verse 4, it says, for whatever is born of God overcomes the world. And this is the victory that has overcome the world, our faith. Who is he who overcomes the world but he who believes that Jesus is the Son of God? Overcoming, being an overcomer is it's these. So when you go back to Revelation 21, and it says, he who overcomes shall inherit all things. The believer, it's your faith, believing in Jesus Christ, right? He who overcomes shall inherit all things. Now, what are the all things that are on the scene here? What are all the things? Well, you got the new heaven, the new earth, and the new Jerusalem. It goes on and it says, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. Now, that's fascinating that he says he shall be my son. Let's go to Romans chapter 8, verse 14. He shall be my son. Romans chapter 8, verse 14. In Romans chapter 8, verse 14 through 17, Romans chapter 8, verse 14, it says, for as many as are led by the Spirit of God, these are sons of God. For you did not receive the spirit of bondage again to fear, but you received the spirit of adoption, by whom we cry out, Abba, Father. The Spirit himself bears witness with our spirit that we are children of God. And if children, then heirs, heirs of God, and joint heirs with Christ, if indeed we suffer with him, that we may also be glorified together. Now, this passage here is just, it's mind-blowing, because you have a lot of stuff to unpack in Romans chapter 8. But in Romans chapter 8, verse 15, it says, but you received the spirit of adoption. Now, we talked about this when we went through the book of Romans a long time ago. But in Romans, where Paul is talking about the spirit of adoption, the idea that's connected to that is Paul is talking to Romans. He's talking to the churches in Rome, right? And so when he's talking to the churches in Rome, he's using Roman ideology to speak to them. And so when he says you are a spirit of adoption, the idea of adoption in the Roman sense from their time period was that if I was a Roman person and I adopted you, I could not unadopt you. That was the common understanding. There was no takebacks. If you were adopted by somebody in Roman time period, you were that person's child. You belong to them. That's your dad. And so the same principle is true with you and I, because there's no undoing it. If you are born again, you are always born again. And so this is why it's really fascinating, because when you think about, like our walk with Christ, like a lot of times it's like this, right? Like there's highs and then there's lows and then there's highs and then there's real lows and then there's highs, lows. And so we're always all over the place just with our walk with Christ. And so many people try to base their salvation upon whether or not they're doing good enough. And it's not based upon how they're doing, because there are some born again believers right now who are in a hot mess, who have forgotten that they were cleansed. And so those people are short-sighted, even unto blindness. But that's why we need to basically lift one another up and encouraging each other. But there's people who are prodigal sonning right now, who are out there doing things that they shouldn't be doing. But that son is never not a son. Now, it's heartbreaking in the sense of they're not doing life optimally to bring glory to God, but it's not a salvific issue. It's not a matter of if they're losing their salvation. If you are born again, then you are always born again. And so this Roman sense of adoption in Romans chapter 8 was understood by the Romans because their level of adoption would mean that if they were adopted, they were never going to lose their salvation to begin with. And so that is interesting because when you go back to Revelation chapter 21, verse 7, in Revelation chapter 21, verse 7, it says, "He who overcomes shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son." Being children of God is something unbelievable. It is so stinking neat. And that's unbelievable. This is a promise. God is promising. Verse 6 and 7, this is an affirmation saying this is going to happen. He said, it is done. And this is fascinating because when you think about it being done, we are currently seated in heavenly places right now. I mean, like our perception is so broken. Like we literally, we see so, like two-dimensional. Like, I mean, we have no idea. You can get in some, like your mind can start hurting after a while if you start going down that road. But anyways, in Revelation chapter 21, verse 8, it says, "But the cowardly, unbelieving, abominable, murderers, sexual immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake of fire, which burns with fire and brimstone, which is the second death." So here in verse 8, God is still talking. And God says, "The cowardly, unbelieving, abominable, murderers, sexual immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burns with fire and brimstone, which is the second death." Now, here's a question for you guys. Have you ever been cowardly? Have you ever been unbelieving? Have you ever been abominable? Have you ever murderers, sexual immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, liars? Have you done any of those things? Because the answer is yes. We all have, right? If you break one, you break them all. And so here in Revelation chapter 21, verse 8, God is like, all of these people are going to have their part in the lake of fire. And so the question is like, well, that sounds really bad because that's me. Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 6. Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 6 real fast, verse 9. 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9 through 11. In 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9, Paul is talking to the church in Corinth, and this church was a hot mess. But in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9, Paul says, "Do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor homosexuals, nor sodomites, nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners will inherit the kingdom of God." Sounds like we're all guilty, right? Because we are like, this is who we are. He just summed up mankind. We are all a hot mess, right? But then in verse 11, Paul, he's talking to the church, the people in the church. He's like, "Church, listen." He's like, "And such were some of you, but you were washed, but you were sanctified, but you were justified in the name of the Lord Jesus and by the Spirit of our God." So the difference here is what you have in Revelation chapter 21, verse 8, where God is like, "But the cowardly, unbelieving, abominable, murderers, sexual immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and liars, they're all going to have their part in the lake of fire." There's a huge difference between those people and the born again believers. If you are a born again believer, that is not you. You could almost, if you're confused, I'm not saying erase this. I'm just saying in your mind, just imagine like, okay, that's not applicable to me. Why is it not applicable to you? Because you're not identified in that kind of manner. Because when you have been cleansed, you have been washed, you've been covered by his blood, if you're a born again believer, that is not you. Because when God sees you, he sees a son of God. He sees a child of God. And that is what he sees. And so these labels here in Revelation chapter 21, verse 8, this is describing those who completely live in active rebellion and never put their faith in Christ. You don't have to be baptized to be born again, right? Absolutely. That is correct. You do not have to be baptized with water in order to be born again. That is not necessary. That would be considered a works. There are people on here who say that, nope. You got to be water baptized in order to get to heaven. And I'm like, I mean, in the Gospel of Luke, you see Jesus is talking about this in this parable. He says these two people come out of the synagogue. One is this Pharisee, and look at how awesome I am, and he's like being loud in his prayers. And then this other person comes out, and he couldn't even look up to heaven because he acknowledged how much of a sinner he was. He beats on his chest, and he says, "God, forgive me, God, be merciful to me, a sinner." That's all he said. And then Jesus says, that man right there, he was justified because it was the heart. It wasn't like being loud and look at how awesome I am. No, it was his heart. Jesus understood his heart. He understood what he was doing between him and the Lord. That was a thing between him and God. Jesus was like, he's justified. Now, when you understand what justification is, it means to have imputed righteousness. And whose righteousness? Not your righteousness, God's righteousness. So when you are justified, you have been imputed with God's righteousness. And that's why it's good to understand the difference between justification, sanctification, and glorification. Justification, if you're a born again believer, you have been justified. It was a one and done thing that happened 5 years ago, 10 years ago, whenever it was. That's when it happened. One time. It only happens once. You have been justified one time. As you go about your day-to-day walk as a Christian, that's your sanctification process. I want you to imagine you are silver and you are melted down into this bowl, and the silversmith is just stirring you. And while he's stirring, all of these impurities and these bubbles are just surfacing, and the silversmith just keeps on stirring until you are all the way perfect, because he's going to know when he looks into you and he sees his own reflection. That's when he knows how to stop stirring. And so when he stops stirring, that means you are at home, and then you are in your glorified your glorified body. So there's justification, past tense, sanctification, present tense, day to day, moment by moment, and then glorification when we get home with the Lord. That is when we will be, that's future tense. So justification, sanctification, glorification, those ideas should hopefully help understand there a little bit. But let's go back to Revelation chapter 21. In Revelation chapter 21, moving on to verse 9. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 9, it says, "Then one of the seven angels who had the seven bowls filled with the seven last plagues came to me and talked with me, saying, 'Come, I will show you the bride, the Lamb's wife.'" Now, what's interesting about verse 9 is in verse 9, it says, "Then one of the seven angels who had the seven bowls filled with the seven last plagues." So this angel, another one of these angels, let's go back to Revelation chapter 17. Go to Revelation chapter 17. In Revelation chapter 17, verse 1, you see the same thing happening. In Revelation chapter 17, verse 1, it says, "Then one of the seven angels who had the seven bowls came and talked with me." So in Revelation chapter 17, verse 1, that angel was bringing John to a place to see the great harlot, the false bride, the fake bride, the counterfeit bride. But then when you fast forward to Revelation chapter 21, in Revelation chapter 21, verse 9, you see one of the seven angels who had the seven bowls, just like what you saw in Revelation 17, angels in both of them, with both one of these angels holding the seven bowls, came up to John again in Revelation chapter 21. He's like, "Hey, come with me. I'm going to show you the bride." So in chapter 17, this angel with one of the bowls is showing John the false bride. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 9, this angel holding the bowls, or one of the bowls, is now showing John the true bride. So there's different chapters focusing on different brides. Chapter 17, the false bride, the bride that thinks that they're involved with Christ and thinks that they have a relationship with Christ and thinks that there's a bridal relationship there. But then in Revelation chapter 20, you see the true bride who actually does have a relationship with Christ, a bridal relationship with Christ. So John was shown the harlot there, and now he sees the true bride. There is the true bride and there is the fake bride. What's interesting about Babylon is that Babylon, in Revelation chapter 17, Babylon was a city and a woman. Come out of her, my people. So you remember Babylon is fallen, come out of her, my people. Babylon is referred to in the feminine kind of sense. So Babylon is the false bride. So come out of her. So Babylon is a city and a woman in a sense. Now, here in Revelation chapter 21, verse 9, you see New Jerusalem is a city and a woman. Both are a great system and a great company of people who profess to be in a bridal relationship with the Lord, but only one of them does. So both of them have a lot of people in it. Both of them are alluded to as women, but only one actually is. And the true bride does have that relationship with the Lord, which is why this angel's like, let me show you the real one here for a second. Come on with me. Let me show you the real, true bride. And that's in Revelation chapter 21, verse 9. That's in Revelation chapter 21, verse 9. All right, so let's go to Revelation 21, verse 10. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 10, it says, and he carried me away in the spirit to a great and high mountain and showed me the great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God. Now, here, this city is, again, descending out of heaven, descending. So John is there. He sees new heavens, new earth. But then he looks and he sees a city descending out of heaven from God. It's descending, which means it was already there. John didn't see it being created. He sees a new heavens and he sees a new earth, but then this city, this is seems to be what Jesus has been working on. This is what he's like, this is what I go to prepare a place for you. This is what this is it. Here it is. And so some people say that the city is the bride. I would argue differently. I do not think the city is the bride. I think the bride is in the city. And so when John is taken up on this great mountain, he's carried away to this great and high mountain. And so John's looking out and he sees this great city. John is looking into the city. And when he's looking into the city, he sees all of you and I, and we're all in there and we're like, hey, John, woo! You know, it's interesting to think about that because when in Revelation chapter 5, those 24 elders that are there in Revelation chapter 5, John was looking so far into the future. And those 24 elders represent the church. And so when the 24 elders represent the church, there's a chance one of those 24 elders was you and I. Maybe it's very small. I'm just trying to get you to, personalize it a little bit. Be like, oh, if that's the church, that could have been me. He could have been seeing me. It could have been me who went up to John and like tapped him on the shoulder and being like, hey, John, why are you crying? So here in the same kind of idea, John is taken up on a mountain. He's looking into the city. And when he's looking into the city, he sees the bride, which is you and I. And so that is fascinating. So I would say that the city is not the bride. I would say the bride is in the city. And so that is my opinion on that. There are some people who say, no, the city itself, like Jesus is marrying like a building or something like that. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Yeah. If you guys are new here, my name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book. We just happen to be in the book of Revelation. If you guys have not followed me on YouTube, there's a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile. If you wanted to go check that out, we're live on YouTube and TikTok at the same time. I would encourage you to follow me or at least subscribe over there on YouTube so we can stay in touch if they get rid of TikTok. We don't want them to get rid of TikTok. Hey, thank you, Tiffany. Thank you for that gift. We don't want them to get rid of TikTok because I enjoy talking with you guys. But if they do, these Bible studies will continue on YouTube, like how we are dual streaming right now. There's also a website if you wanted to support this ministry. There's multiple ways to do it. You never have to, but if you are interested in it, which is how this is still going, by the way, there is a website where you can buy some of these kind of clothes. It's called threadsthatpreach.com. And so if you wanted to buy some of these things, it's just a way that I can make some income to support this ministry to keep it going. So if you are interested in that, there's other ways to give as well. If you are interested in that, and all that stuff is there in my TikTok and YouTube profile if you are interested in that. But as per usual, I would appreciate prayers more than anything. That is the most important thing. Yes, I received mine and loved it. One day closer to home. Oh, did you? Awesome, Gina. That is super cool. Tiffany, thank you so much for those gifts. I'm glad you like it. I'm going to be changing some things up, but I'm glad you like it. For those of you who received something already, you guys are my guinea pigs. So please let me know. I am open to critiques, and I'm just doing the best that I can. So I appreciate your support one way or the other. All right, so let's go ahead and get on into this, back into Revelation chapter 21. Revelation chapter 21, it says, and he carried me away into the spirit to a great and high mountain and showed me the great city, and the Holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God. Now, again, we see this descending. This is not what is the site. Again, it is it's right here. Thank you, Amber. Amber pinned it. Threadsthatpreach.com. Threadsthatpreach.com. So here in Revelation chapter 21, verse 10, you see the Holy Jerusalem again descending out of heaven. Now, let's go to Revelation. Let's go back to Revelation chapter 3, because this is not the first time where we are told about Jerusalem descending. In Revelation chapter 3, don't change until Ambit. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 12, you see the same principle. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 12, when Jesus is writing a letter to the church in Philadelphia, Jesus is writing a letter to the church of Philadelphia. Jesus says in Revelation 3:12, he says, "He who overcomes, I will make him a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go out no more. I will write on him the name of my God and the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which comes down out of heaven from my God." So you see the New Jerusalem, which comes down out of heaven. So this concept of this New Jerusalem descending is nothing new. It's there, and it's just a weird idea. And so people are like trying to understand it. We're never going to be able to. We have ideas, but this stuff, man, this is like we're looking out into the future. We're looking at least 1,007 years into the future, just so you guys know, because 7 years for the tribulation and then 1,000 years for the millennial kingdom. We are looking 1,007 years into the future from when this is actually going to be a reality, just so you can understand. Really, really interesting when you word it like that. But in Revelation chapter 21, verse 10, it says, "And he carried me away into the spirit to a great and high mountain and showed me the great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God, having the glory of God." That's what this city is described as, having the glory of God. I mean, just think about that. This city has the glory of God. Her light was like a most precious stone, like a jasper stone, clear as crystal. So here in verse 10 and 11, you see the city has the glory of God. The reason why the city has the glory of God is because this is the Shekinah glory. You guys remember during the millennial kingdom how we looked up in Psalms, or no, was it Isaiah? Psalms or Isaiah? I those two books, like what we've done so far, like I keep mixing them up, and so like I'm having a hard time like ordering them in my head. But one of them, and so, hey, thank you, Christ is risen. Oh, what's up, Jackie? Hello. And so in the millennial kingdom, the Jewish people, wherever they are dwelling, the Jewish people, I've been good, thank you. The Jewish people are going to have the Shekinah glory over their heads, wherever their dwelling place is, in a sense. Wherever their dwelling place is, thank you for those gifts. Hi, Ryan. Wherever their dwelling place is going to be, the Bible tells us that there is going to be, wherever the Jewish people dwell, there's going to be the Shekinah glory over them. Thank you, Jackie. There's going to be a cloud by day over their house or a fire by night over their house, meaning wherever they are, they're lit up. It's kind of the same idea of what's going on when Moses went up on the mountain and his face shone. Like the Jewish people are, the Gentiles are going to see the righteousness of the Jewish people during the millennial kingdom. That's unbelievable. They're going to see it. They're just going to walk by them and be like, I beg your finest pardon. But they're going to be able to see it. And so here in Revelation chapter 21, verse 11, we are told that this city has the glory of God, has the glory of God. And so this city is going to be illuminated by the Shekinah glory that was all over the Jewish people during the millennial kingdom. So in the millennial kingdom, it's going to be all over the Jewish people, right? During the New Jerusalem, in the New Jerusalem, the whole city is going to have the glory of God. I mean, that's super neat. Thank you for those gifts there. Christ is risen. Thank you so much. So in verse 12, Revelation chapter 21, verse 12, it says, also she had a great and high wall with 12 gates and 12 angels at the gates and names written on them, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. 3 gates on the east, 3 gates on the north, 3 gates on the south, and 3 gates on the west. So here in verse 12, this wall in Revelation chapter 21, verse 12, this wall will not be built by the Gentiles like it was in the millennial kingdom. You guys remember how we talked about during the millennial kingdom, the Gentiles are going to be the ones who actually build the wall around the millennial Jerusalem. The Gentiles are going to build it around the millennial Jerusalem, but the wall that's built around the new Jerusalem, thank you, Amber, the wall that's built around the new Jerusalem is going to be built by God. There's 2 walls built by 2 different people. The Gentiles build the one in the millennial Jerusalem, and God builds the one in the new Jerusalem. Let's go Isaiah 60, verse 10. Isaiah chapter 60, verse 10, and let's check it out. Check me out. Check me out. That was a cat. Meow. I'm so sorry. In Isaiah 60, verse 10, where we see the Gentiles are building the wall there. Thank you, Amber. In Isaiah chapter 60, verse 10, it says, "The sons of foreigners shall build up your walls, and their kings shall minister to you." So it's fascinating thinking about this whole idea where I don't know where Leah is. You should reach out to her, see if she's doing okay. I'm sure she would appreciate that. I haven't seen her in a minute. But in Isaiah chapter 60, verse 10, you see that the Gentiles are going to be the ones who build up the walls of the Jewish people. So the walls are going to be built by the Gentiles, but that's going to take place during the millennial kingdom. During the new Jerusalem, which is after the millennial kingdom, the walls are going to be different. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 12, these walls are going to be great and high walls. And we're gonna learn more about these walls here in a little bit. I hope I'm not building; it'll fall apart. I know, legit. No, nope. You're in the back. You don't touch any of the tools. No, I'm totally kidding. I'm not going to touch it either. I'll be right there with you. We'll be hanging out in the back, being like, "This is awesome." But in Revelation chapter 21, verse 12. It's good to recognize the difference between the 2 people who build the walls. In the millennial kingdom, the Jewish people or the Gentiles are going to build it, but in the new Jerusalem, God is going to be the one to build it. What's interesting about these walls in Revelation chapter 21, it says in verse 25 that the gates will always be opened. So let's just roll over to Revelation 21, verse 25, just so you can kind of connect what's going on with the walls. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 25, it says, "Its gates shall not be shut at all by day. There shall be no night there." So you have these walls that are around this millennial Jerusalem. And the walls, what we are told, are very great and very high walls. So they're great and high walls, and they have gates on either side. 3 gates, 3 gates, 3 gates, 3 gates on the north, south, east, and west. Now, these 3 gates are going to be named after the children of Israel. So this is very similar to the walls that are going around in the millennial Jerusalem, but these are different. The walls in the millennial Jerusalem are built by Gentiles. The walls in the new Jerusalem is built by God, but they also, all the gates are always going to be named after the 12 tribes of Israel. But the question is, if there's a wall, why is there a wall? What's the wall doing? Why would there be a wall? Why are we told about this wall? Because in heaven, where heaven is, why do we need walls? Especially if there are walls, why are there gates? So it's fascinating because we're told about the gates, we're told about the walls. This is very descriptive information that we're told about this future time period. And the walls are a symbol for those who are unworthy to enter. Because back during ancient times, if you lived back then, an ancient city would close their gates at the end at night, because they would do that to protect their city. And so ancient cities would close their gates at night in a protection manner. But during this city, there is no night. And so there is no reason to close gates because there's no night. And so there's no reason for protection because people could sneak in and do some stuff that they didn't, because all the bad stuff happened at nighttime, right? But during this time period, there is no night. And so these walls are there to hold the gates, and the gates, we are told, are basically an homage to the Jewish, the children of Israel. These are going out to the 12 tribes of Jacob, and that is something to immortalize them. This is another reason to always be sensitive to the idea where people say that the Jewish people are no longer relevant in our world, and that is completely wrong. It's incorrect. That is replacement theology. Here, when you get as far into eternity as we can go, basically, we are told that they are still very relevant, and even so relevant that they have their names immortalized in the form of gates. So anytime somebody wants to go in and out of the city, they're going in and out of a Jewish gate. And so there's still this Jewishness that is going to be an aspect around during this eternal state that is going to be in the future. The Jewishness is still going to be around. It's not going away. It's still going to be here. And we're going to see more examples of that. Let's keep reading in Revelation chapter 21, verse 12. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 12, it says, "And she had a great and high wall with 12 gates," and get this, "and 12 angels at the gates." So these 12 gates, so you have the walls, and around the walls you have the gates, and then at each of the 12 gates you have 12 angels posted at all of the gates. And I think I don't know why. I'm like, why we got angels posted up? These dudes are going to be like sentries, like the dudes who are like standing guard, kind of like the idea of like when Adam and Eve were kicked out of the Garden of Eden. God set a cherub right there, and he is that angel was there in a form to protect it, to guard it. And that's really provocative. And I'm not saying that the two are connected. I'm not saying that those angels are there to protect it, because it doesn't need protecting. But I'm just saying they're standing there. They're These angels, for some reason, are connected at each one of the gates. It's almost like it's kind of like when you go, like when you go over to like where the queen, in like right outside her palace, you see those dudes with those fuzzy hats. And they're really big, and you just want to just like touch it. It's kind of like that. Like those guys are just there. They're just there. I don't know if that's kind of the same idea, but you know what I'm talking about. Those dudes are just there. I mean, like, what are you doing? Like, I mean, what are you doing? Is that thing even loaded? Like, I'm confused by it. You got a sword. Like, I have no idea what's going on. But anyways, these 12 gates have 12 angels that are closely associated with the 12 gates. So wherever these gates are, there's going to be an angel posted at each one of the gates, which I don't know. I don't know. So these 12 gates are named after the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. But let's keep reading in verse 14. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 14, it says, "Now the wall of the city had 12 foundations, and on them were the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb." So here is something that I think is really cool to see what's going on. So here in Revelation chapter 21, we're getting a picture of the city. We're getting the very intimate details, right? And so the details that we're given so far are the gates are going to be named after the children of Israel, but the foundation is off of the 12 apostles. So you have the children of Israel, the 12 children of Israel, very Jewish, and then you have the 12 apostles. Now, the difference between the 12 apostles and the 12 children of Israel is that one is extremely Jewish, and the other one was the foundation of the church. The apostles were the foundation for the church, right? Because after Jesus ascended into heaven, the apostles, they were telling everybody about Jesus. The church was born, right? And so they were just doing some amazing stuff. And so you see Israel and the church being very, very involved in this city, this new city. Like God's building like you are living stones, like this whole concept of you are the temple, like all of these, like, I mean, it just makes you wonder, like, what's going on here? But it says, "Now the wall of the city had 12 foundations, and on them were the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb." So the 12 apostles of the Lamb and the 12 sons of Jacob, 12 and 12, both very actively involved in this Jerusalem. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 15, it says, "And he who talked with me had a gold reed to measure the city its gates and its wall. Now, I find this very interesting because we've been going through, yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, Paul was the chief of sinners. So I don't know. I don't know if he's going to have any kind of like a little, maybe he'll get like a little plaque just says, he can just like like a little trophy, like this is it. But yeah, no. So in Revelation chapter 21, verse 15, it says, "And he who talked with me had a gold reed." Now, the reason why I think this is interesting is because we see all throughout the Bible. But let's go to Ezekiel chapter 40 real fast. Ezekiel chapter 40, verse 3. In Ezekiel chapter 40, verse 3, and this is in the context is the millennial temple, when the millennial temple was going to be measured. In Ezekiel chapter 40, verse 3, it says, "He took me there, and behold, there was a man whose appearance was like the appearance of bronze. He had a line of flax and a measuring rod in his hand, and stood in the gateway." Now here you see this line of flax. The flax has the idea of like linen, and you see measuring lines, sprinkled throughout the Old Testament. You see some in Zechariah and other places as well. But my point here, in going back to Revelation chapter 21, verse 15, in Revelation chapter 21, verse 15, we are told very specifically that it was a gold reed. Now, the gold reed, I just think it's interesting because all the other places we're not told about the details of what kind of reed it actually was. But here we are told this is gold. Now, it's different than the other ones. One was flax or linen, and the other ones were just measuring lines and stuff like that, where they were just basically like measuring out the city and the Jerusalem, the temple, whatever. But here, this is a gold reed. And so gold, eternal, this speaks to an eternal kind of idea, whereas the other stuff were more temporary. So gold reed compared to the other measuring reeds, I think is very good to key in on. But moving down to verse 16, Revelation chapter 21, verse 16, it says, "The city is laid out as a square. Its length is as great as its breadth. And he measured the city with the reed, 12,000 furlongs. Its length, breadth, and height are equal." So here in verse 16, this is basically painting a picture of a cube. This is remarkable. So 12,000 furlongs, length, width, height, all of those things put together is a city of 1,500 miles long, 1,500 miles high, 1,500 miles long, wide, and high. You have all of those 1,500 miles. That is the biggest city ever in the history of forever. And it's fascinating because, obviously this is God's city. And so he's just built different, if you will. It's just remarkable seeing this. This is different. This is these measurements, again, just in contrast to the millennial Jerusalem. These measurements compared to the millennial Jerusalem are very different. This is huge. This is 1,500 miles, and there is no temple here, whereas the millennial temple was not 1,500 miles, and there was a temple there, or is a temple there. So let's go back to Revelation chapter 21, verse 17. Let's talk about the wall again. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 17, it says, "Then he measured its wall, 144 cubits, according to the measure of a man, that is, of an angel." So here in verse 17, the 144 cubits is, I'm sure you guys your ears are kind of tingling just because of the 144,000. These numbers are really interesting, keying in on these things, because you could do a whole study, like gematria and whatnot. And I'm not saying do it, but there are some helpful things. I think some people get too deep into it. But the number 12 is, you see 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12 all over the place. And same thing with the number 7, but you're seeing the number 144 again, which is just something to pay attention to. You observe patterns. And if you're a Jewish person, patterns is something that you are very sensitive to. But in verse 17, the 144 cubits here is 216 feet high. So when we go back to verse 12, Revelation 21, verse 12, where it says, also she had a great and high wall. Now, this New Jerusalem is referred to as she. Now, it's not like, it's the same concept like how Babylon is referred to her. There's people living in it. And so that is why I think that Jerusalem is a city and there are people living in it. And that's why we're calling it her. Same thing with Babylon. But in Revelation chapter 21, verse 12, this great and high wall we're given the measurements now in verse 17. In verse 17, the 144 cubits is 216 feet high. That is a super high wall. In verse 18, Revelation chapter 21, verse 18, it says the construction of its wall was of jasper, and the city was pure gold, like clear glass. The foundation of the wall of the city were adorned with all kinds of precious stones. The first foundation was jasper, the second sapphire, the third chalcedony, the fourth emerald, the fifth sardonyx, the sixth sardius, the seventh chrysolite, the eighth beryl, the ninth topaz, the 10th chrysoprase, the 11th jacinth, and the 12th amethyst. So here in verse 18 through 21, what you see is each foundation is different color. It's a different color. Each foundation is a different color. So all of these foundations, whatever you're visualizing, they're a different color. The city is like see-through gold, and the wall is jasper. Now, if you look up jasper can be a number of different colors. Like there's all kinds of different options as far as what jasper is. It can mean a whole bunch of things. And so, we can only visualize as much as we possibly can. But what we are told is that each foundation is going to be a different color. The city is going to be transparent gold. You're going to be able to see through it. That's the city. That's like the buildings. That's what the buildings are made of. And then the wall that is surrounding it is going to be jasper, and it's going to be 216 feet high, which is an interesting number. But then when you get to verse 21, Revelation chapter 21, verse 21, it says something more about the gates. It says in verse 21, it says the 12 gates were 12 pearls. Each individual gate was of one pearl, and the street of the city was pure gold, like transparent glass. So we're given some very detailed information here. And one of the things to at least be sensitive to is that this gate here that we're told that it's a giant pearl. Each gate is a pearl. Like, think about that. Like, and when you start thinking about pearls to a Jewish person was not kosher. It was not kosher to a Jewish person. But here they're very directly connected. That pearl is not now only kosher, but it's also named after the Jewish people who used to think that was not kosher. And so that's really interesting to see how everything is just like, he's like, yep, this is fine now. It's just really, really interesting. But it says in verse 21, the street of the city was pure gold, like transparent glass. Now, this is not transparent glass. It was like transparent glass. It's always important to pay attention to those things, like the word like or as. Whenever you see those words, it's not describing it literally. It's just saying it's like those things. And so here, these cities, the street of these cities are going to be like transparent glass that is pure gold. Pure gold like transparent glass. Then we get to Revelation chapter 21, verse 22. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 22, it says, but I saw no temple in it, for the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are its temple. So here, just to kind of do a little bit of a review, so far in Revelation chapter 21, we hear of some things that are not there. There is no more sea. We see that in the very first verse, Revelation chapter 21, verse 1. There's no temple. And then when we continue reading here, when we get to verse 23, we're going to see that there is no need of the sun or moon. It doesn't say that there's no sun or moon. There was just no need for it. And I think that is there on purpose, in a sense. Obviously, it's there on purpose. But I was like, why does it say there is no need? Why doesn't it just say there is no sun or moon? And I was like trying to think about that, because I was like, why does it say there is no need for it? Because then, like I think it's in Jeremiah chapter 31 or somewhere else, maybe. Basically, it talks about how when the sun and moon and stars or something like that go away, then basically then my covenant with you is broken. So this idea where there is no need of the sun does not say that there is no sun. It's just that there's no need for it, meaning he's just going to move these over here. And the reason why there's no need for it is obviously because God is there. God is their light. He is going to be their light. But in the past, there is going to be, like, if you are John and you are in the future here, from John's point of view, he's looking back. Everything has passed already. And from John's point of view here in Revelation chapter 21, when he's looking in the past, there has been the first temple, there was the second temple, there was the third temple, and there also was the fourth temple. But in Revelation 21, John tells you very specifically that there is no temple here. There's no temple. There's no temple where he is. He's like, there has been 4 temples. He's like, there's the first one that Solomon built, the second one that Zerubbabel built, the third one, which is going to be built sometime around our time, I think. There's going to be a fourth one that's going to be built during the millennial kingdom. But in eternity, in this new Jerusalem, there's no temple. So you're seeing some things that are not here. It says in verse 22, Revelation 21, verse 22, it says that God is the temple. And this has the, like, you're just like trying to imagine this whole concept of what is going on. It says, for the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are its temple. God is going to be, he's going to be all around. You know what's interesting about light? You know, just the sole fact in Genesis 1, the very first thing that God has ever uttered that we were told about is that he said, let there be light. When you think about light in general, light changes. Like when you look at it, it's in this form. When you look away from it, it changes. And so there's like waves and whatnot. And it changes upon observation. And so here, when you think about light, and you think about God being the temple, or the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are its temple, you're just like, God is going to be everywhere. And so it's going to be just like this, just like, I don't know how it's going to be, but it's going to be everywhere. He's going to be everywhere. And this is a part of like learning him, I think. Like we're going to try to understand. It's going to take eternity. We're never going to exhaust this learning, but we're getting a little picture of it here in our little tiny 3-pound brains. Which is funny because some of us think that we're really smart. And I think Paul understood it really well. He's like, I'll lay down my entire resume. He's like, you want to boast about something? He's like, let's boast. He's like, look at what I did. He's like, I'm going to have to throw all this down. I'm going to have to absolutely shred my resume just so you can see Christ. And that's why he went up to people. He's like, I determined to know nothing about you. He's like, I don't know anything. He's like, I just want you to see Christ and him crucified. And so it's some deep stuff. It's difficult, but it's really fun to try to visualize what we can. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 23, Revelation chapter 21, verse 23 says, the city had no need of the sun or of the moon to shine in it, for the glory of God illuminated it. The Lamb is its light. That's just neat. The Lamb is its light. This goes back to the Gospel of John when Jesus is walking and he says, I am the light. I am the light. The Lamb is its light. This is nothing new to you and I, but this is something that we are seeing again, which is really neat. The Lamb, Jesus, is its light. In verse 24, Revelation chapter 21, verse 24, it says, and the nations of those who are saved shall walk in its light, and the kings of the earth bring their glory and honor into it. Now, this is really interesting here. So in Revelation chapter 21, verse 24, it says, and the nations of those who are saved. Now, the reason why this is interesting is to understand that during this eternal state, this eternal order, during this time period, there is a distinction between the Jewish people and the Gentiles. There's still a distinction. Now, there's not told any differences as far as what each person is doing, whether you're Jew or Gentile here in this eternal state. But what we are told is that there is a distinction. People are going to know who is a Jew and people are going to know who's a Gentile. Like that's what it says in verse 24. It says, and the nations of those who are saved shall walk in its light. The Gentile people are still going to be a people, and the Jewish people are also still going to be Jewish people, the Jewish people. So that is something that is interesting. Also, in verse 24, it says, "And the nations of those who are saved shall walk in its light." So they're going to walk in its light. So so here is the idea that many people like kind of postulate. So there is a I don't know how to I need some um you have the city. Let's just I got some duct tape. You have the city come down. This is duct tape. You have the city come down, and when the city comes down, some people think that it stays above, like in between. And so if this is the earth and this is the New Jerusalem, some people think that it does not come down to the earth. Some people say it's a satellite city, meaning it just is like kind of like staying up here. And so it's interesting because one of the reasons why they think that is because in verse 24, it says, "And the nations of those who are saved shall walk in its light." In its light. So the glory, God, this is where God is going to be dwelling with the bride, right? This is the Lamb. This is where the light is. And so if the light comes out of here, if you imagine the new earth down here, the new earth is going to walk in the light that is like beaming down on it. And so if you imagine this as like a chandelier, like when you walk into somebody's house and you're like, that's a big chandelier. And then out of the chandelier comes like all of these different colors. And like when the light hits it, it like refracts and it goes all over the place. And there's rainbows all over the place. And you're like, oh, like rainbow. That's the idea that some people assume it to be. I don't think so. I think it's going to be, I don't think so legit. I think it's going to stay up and I think it's going to be different from down here. Yeah, a prism of sorts. Yeah, Rachel, absolutely. And so that's what I think it's going to be. And so if you imagine instead of the light going into the prism or this chandelier and then going out of it, the light is just going to only go out of it. And so it's not light coming into it and then going out, it's light coming out of it. And so it's a place that is going to be all full of light and then just exploding out of that city. And then when you read verse 24 where it says, "And the nations of those who are saved shall walk in its light." It's kind of like when you walk into your house, you turn the light on, you're walking in the light of all the lights that are in here. There's lights. We're walking in the light. And so the light is coming out of those light bulbs and we are walking in it. But it says here, it says, "And the nations of those who are saved shall walk in its light, and the kings of the earth." That's fascinating to me because now we're talking about people who are on the earth. Because in verse 24 is crazy. Verse 24, you just have so many interesting ideas, but you have different categories. In verse 24, you have the nations of the kings of the earth, meaning down here. And then you have the people up here living in this city, the nations on the earth, walking in its light. And that's what's going on. So the kings of the earth, in contrast to those living in the city up here. And so that is that's a deep idea. That's interesting. Really fascinating. But in verse 24, it says, "And the nations of those who are saved shall walk in its light, and the kings of the earth bring their glory and honor into it." So the kings of the earth are going to be able to get there, and they're going to bring their glory and honor into it. And these are all going to be born again believers, obviously. But it's the nations are going to walk in its light. Now let's talk about the flip side of that. Let's go to Matthew chapter 8. Because this is where it gets it just go to Matthew chapter 8 real fast. Matthew chapter 8 verse 12. So in Matthew chapter 8 verse 12, Jesus is talking here, and this is after he heals a centurion's servant. In Matthew chapter 8 verse 12, Jesus says this: "But the sons of the kingdom will be cast out into outer darkness. There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth." So the idea here is to draw a connection between Revelation 21, where the kings of the earth are going to be walking in the light, but in contrast, there's going to be those who are in outer darkness. And so in outer darkness, it's a separation of people walking in his light compared to those who are in outer darkness. So it's really an interesting kind of, trying to understand this kind of stuff. But this outer darkness, people who are cast into the lake of fire, we think of outer darkness, but when you think of fire, you think of light. But there's no light in this fire. There's no light. It's darkness. It's outer darkness. And not only that, there's weeping and gnashing of teeth. People can't see anything because it's completely dark. They can't see a thing. And they're disconnected from this people walking in its light and in the Lamb's light. And so you have this whole idea of eternity where you and I, if you're a born again believer, we're going to be living there. We're going to be walking in his light forever. It's going to be wonderful. And the Lamb, the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are its temple. They're going to be there. All God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, everybody, we're going to be there with him. But the people who are not there are in outer darkness. And they will not have any light. Even though when you think of the lake of fire, you think fire brings forth light. Not in this context. No. And that's just terrible. So let's go back to Revelation chapter 21. Revelation chapter 21, verse 25. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 25, it says, its gates shall not be shut at all by day. There shall be no night there. So here we see that the gates are not going to be shut at all. We talked about this before, and it says shall not be shut at all by day. So what's interesting about this, how it says that there shall be no night there shall be no night there in verse 25. In Genesis 1, God doesn't eliminate night or darkness completely because the sun and moon and stars give partial light during nighttime, right? Like when you go outside, it's never truly pitch black, right? There's always some light. Somehow there's always some light. But during this time period, it's going to be completely gone. There is going to be no night. In eternity, night is going to be completely gone. It's going to be gone. It's going to be removed. And that's just an interesting thing to consider because right now there's there's the moon and stars that give off some of the light. So he dealt with it partially, but that is it's going to be done away with. And it really makes you think about the fall of Satan. So this is why it gets really interesting to just kind of try to visualize. We talked about this before, but just to touch on it a little bit. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 1 verse 2, it seems that it's called a gap theory. And so basically what the idea is that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? That is a no-brainer. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, period. But then from that period to verse 2, people say that there is a gap that took place, a time elapsed from verse 1 to verse 2. And within that period, within that gap, that is when Satan fell. And so that makes sense to me. That's something that I kind of believe in. I think that would be accurate because we're not introduced to Satan. We're never told about when he fell. We just know he did. And so, the details, it doesn't matter. But this is referred to as the gap theory. And so that is why in Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2, people say that is when Satan fell. So when you read Genesis 1:2 with that in mind, you can go all sorts of places because darkness is, if you want to read it, let's go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, period. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, it says, the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Now, that word darkness there has the idea, or many people actually think that darkness is there because of Satan's fall. That's what people postulate. Now, nobody knows beyond a shadow of a doubt. These are all, conjecture. You can make a strong argument, But obviously, it's not something that we need to really focus on too much. But I'm just giving you the bare bones of the entire thing, which is very, thought provoking at the very least. Because if you think about when Satan fall and you think that it's associated with darkness, it makes a lot more sense, right? Because then after there was darkness, it was at that point when God says, "Let there be light." You would think it would be the other way around, right? You would think that there would be light first. But there is darkness. It says there was darkness. And then the very first words that God uttered that we are told about is "let there be light." And so it's just fascinating seeing how the order of things are told. And so who knows? We can talk more about that later. But going back to Revelation chapter 21, in Revelation chapter 21, verse 26, it says, "And they shall bring the glory and the honor of the nations into it." So these kings of the earth are going to be in and out of the city, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. And they're going to be living on the earth, and they're going to be going to the city, bringing their stuff to the city. And then they're going to be going back to the earth, going back to the city, back to the earth, back to the city, back to the earth, back to the city. They're going to be bringing their stuff in. It's going to be awesome. And so during the millennial, during the, when you read verse 27, Revelation chapter 21, verse 7, it says, "But there shall by no means enter it anything that defiles or causes an abomination or a lie, but only those who are written in the Lamb's book of life." So what's interesting about Revelation chapter 21, verse 7 is that we are told that nothing is going to enter it that defiles or causes an abomination or a lie, right? So no sin is going to be in this New Jerusalem. Now, here's another comparison from the New Jerusalem to the millennial Jerusalem. The millennial Jerusalem does have things that are entered into it that defile it in a sense. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 45, verse 19. Ezekiel chapter 45, verse 19. And Ezekiel chapter, we looked over this not too long ago, but in Ezekiel 45, verse 19 and 20, it says, "The priests shall take some of the blood of the sin offering and put it on the doorposts of the temple, on the four corners of the ledge of the altar, and on the gateposts of the gate of the inner court. And so you shall do on the seventh day of the month for everyone who has sinned unintentionally or in ignorance. Thus you shall make an atonement for the temple." So in Ezekiel chapter 45, verse 19 and 20, it seems to be talking about this unintentional sin that is going to be around during that time period. There's going to be people sinning unintentionally. And because of that sin, there's going to be atonement that is going to be made. And so you see this sacrificial system that is enacted during the millennial time period by the priesthood that is enacted during the millennial system. And so they're, ending, animals, sacrificing animals during the millennial kingdom. And so that is defiling in a sense. And so here in contrast, that's the millennial Jerusalem. But in contrast from the millennial Jerusalem to the New Jerusalem is not going to have any of that. There's not going to be any need for any sacrifices. There's going to be no sacrificial system. It's going to be none of that. So you see that the millennial Jerusalem is much different than the New Jerusalem. So here we're obviously talking about in Revelation chapter 21, verse 7, we are obviously talking about the New Jerusalem. Okay, so that is Revelation chapter 21. That's just that one chapter. We did one chapter. We did it, guys. That's what I got for you guys. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. That was fun. That was easier on my throat. My voice has been going out a lot lately, so that's because I don't know what's going on. Probably fighting something in a roundabout way. But if you guys are new, if you haven't followed me over on YouTube, I'd appreciate you to follow me on YouTube. I upload all these on YouTube, and it would be a good way to keep in touch just in case they get rid of TikTok, which they might be doing. So there's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. Thank you, Amber. It's ITZ_sheesh. There's a link up here in my TikTok profile if you want to go check it out. There's also Threads That Preach if you wanted to buy some of these kind of shirts and t-shirts and whatnot. If you guys are interested in supporting this ministry, there's other ways to do that. But Threads That Preach, buying some merch would definitely support this. 100% of that stuff goes to supporting this ministry. So if you do that, then thank you so much. And if you have done that, then thank you so much. And if you already are supporting this, then thank you so much. And thank you guys all around. It's an absolute blessing. The main thing, thank you for today. Very entertaining, knowledgeable. Entertaining. That's what I'm going for. Thank you, Mag. Thank you, Mag Aloy. Hopefully, I said that right. Yeah, right. Thank you, Ed King. Thank you so much, man. The main thing's always going to be the main thing, though, right? And so I want you guys never lose sight of that. If you guys learn something, awesome. What a blessing. But never forget what you are here for. You are here for the same thing that I am here for, and that is to glorify God in everything we say or do. And so the main thing is always going to be to tell people about Jesus, and hopefully they can come to this believing faith in him, which is that's always going to be the main thing, to make sure that they can get to heaven. That's what we are doing. We are on a rescue mission. You and I are on a rescue team. If you have been born again, then you and I are right next to each other in this field, and we're just looking for somebody that we can save, right? That's what we're trying to do. Not that it's us who do it, but it's God who does it. We're out there sowing, some plant, some water, but God gets the increase. We're in the field, and that's what we should be doing. But we're looking for people. What can I do? How can I reach this person? What can I do? And that's why Paul, he's like, I became all things, right? He's like, whatever I needed to be. Paul was a chameleon. He's like, if I was talking to this person, I would become this type of way so that they could understand what I was saying. He's like, I did whatever I needed to do so that they could hear and see Jesus through me. Thank you, Snowy. Thank you so much. That is awesome. And so that is what we need to do. We need to tell people that Jesus died on the cross, that he was buried, that he rose again on the third day. And that is the good news, according to Paul in 1 Corinthians 15, that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. And it is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. That is everything right there. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Like, really. How do you get back? What do you mean? But yeah, if you guys are interested in these, I would encourage you to go subscribe on YouTube, because I will upload these, and we'll actually be doing this again. We'll probably do this again on I almost said on Romans 6:23 because I was reading your comment, Bridget. We're going to be doing this again on Romans 6:23. We'll be doing the same study nighttime, probably on Friday night. So if you guys just popped in and you missed the beginning, we'll be doing it again probably on Friday night, and it's a good thing to do it more than one time so that it stays with us. And that's kind of like why I like repetition a lot, because it really helps. All right. But yeah, that's what I got for you guys. Like I said, thank you. Yeah, Amber, that is the threadsthatpreach.com. If you guys want to go check it out, you guys can see. If it's not for you, then no biggie. There's other ways to help this ministry if you're interested. And if not, no biggie. Just pray for us if you would. It's something that I need and everybody else needs. I'm praying for a lot of you guys. You guys are praying for me, and that's just something that we can do for one another. And there's a lot of power in that. And so we don't want to lose sight of that, because it is really cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, Julie, absolutely. What's up, Debbie? Yeah. I have been watching past studies. Uh-oh. Yeah, Tess. Charlotte. I'm waiting for this question. Oh boy. For those of you guys praying for my voice, thank you so much. It seems like it's doing really good. I was able to hit a couple octaves higher, which is something that I always try to do, but I haven't been able to, because my voice has been a wreck. Hey, Three Wave, thank you, man. Thank you so much for being here. I can't wait for a question. Oh, since everything is ready for a third temple, what are they waiting for? I don't know. They're waiting for the green light from somebody, but it's kind of the same. Like, I would say what are they waiting for? It's always on God's timing, right? Everything is always on God's timing. Just like when he was here, they tried to end Jesus's life multiple times, but they failed to recognize that they were on his schedule and not the other way around. And so what they are waiting for, I don't know. I do not know. God is so patient. Absolutely, Trixie. 100%. He's long suffering, not willing that any should perish. Thank you for today, right? Yeah, absolutely, Mercedes. Thank you for being here. Love these studies, blowing me away, learning so much. Oh, very cool, Jan. How awesome is that? Yeah, Muslims currently control it. Mocha, 100%. Maybe a treaty to build. Who knows? Yeah, it could be. Who knows? Way more patience than I have. I tell you what. Do you nap after studies? No. Nope. Just get right back to it. Does the AC have to announce himself to the world, or do we have to guess? No, he's not. He's going to be incognito for the first 3.5 years for the Jewish people. When he signs the covenant, the Jewish people are going to look at that as if it's like a victory on their end. They'll be like, yay, we have somebody on our side, but he's going to be deceiving them for the first 3.5 years. And so, which is really interesting thinking about whoever this Antichrist is going to be. He's going to be a friend of Israel. Understand that. He's going to be a friend. And he's going to be a friend. He's going to be a friend. He's going to be a friend. And it's going to be somebody that Israel just wants to accept. So whoever you think it is, if I'm on threads that preach in the UK, is it UK sizes or USA? Are you in the UK 3-wave? I didn't know that. I don't think I can. I'm not shipping outside yet. I don't know how to do that. Sorry, I'm not there yet. Hey, thank you, Rachel. Great mods too. Hey, shout out. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate all of you guys very much. You guys are super helpful. Bridget, Amber, Mark, and everybody else who is assisting. It is a huge, huge help. So thank you. Sorry. Yeah, I know, dude. I'm sorry, man. Rose says Antichrist comes from the Middle East. Yes. There's a lot of division on that topic. It's you can pull from a lot of things. So I wouldn't say that he's living any specific area. I think, people, he's got ties and all kinds of different things. So it's something that people can dwell in if they want to. But we thank you, Debbie. They are cool, but it doesn't matter. If you think that the Antichrist is living right now, then you should be more actively involved in sharing the word more than you ever have in your entire life. That's basically what I think. There's a lot of people on here who make videos, and it's a lot of videos on, certain people, and I'm just like, well, if you think that, hopefully your life is really changed in a roundabout way, and you're actively involved in doing something. But who knows? Someone born from Rome. There's a lot to that one. These are great. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Amber. Thank you so much. A lot to that one. The prince that is to come. Who is that? Talia. Ryan, have you seen my video about my medical record? I have not. Your medical record? I have not seen it. But the prince that is to come, Talia, is that's an allusion to Daniel chapter 9 verse 26. The prince that is to come, and that's Roman ties there. Yeah, it's awesome to watch it. Yeah, my testimony is now part of my permanent medical record. Oh, let's go, Amber. That's super cool. I'm going to eat the nap. All right, Julie. Well, thank you for being here and for those orders. And I'm going to have to reach out to you about that since I'm JK, but I don't nap after. I thought Sheesh does because teaching teach a lot out of it. Yeah, it does. My friends call me the East Coast napper. That's hilarious. He has to be among us. Oh, among us? He has to among us. He has to be among us now, though, right? Because they're doing the heifer soon. You never know. You never know. Could be. A lot of people think he is, but one way or the other, we are one day closer to home. We should do a Bible study about the Antichrist and all the theories. Oof. All the theories. Buckle up. So anyone who reads it will have have read my testimony. That is super cool. That is very cool, Amber. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out. You should send it to me if you think of it. But all right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm actually gonna go get something to eat too. So you guys, thank you so much for being here. If you haven't subscribed on YouTube, I would encourage you to do that just so we can stay in touch, just in case TikTok goes away. And if not, no worries. There's a YouTube link. It's ITZ_sheesh. That's the same thing as my TikTok handle if you're looking for that. Joking. I know. But yes, have a blessed day. Thank you guys for everything that you guys do. And I will see you hopefully on Friday, Lord willing, if we are still here. All right. See you guys. Hello. All right. YouTube. That was fun. Did you guys enjoy that? I enjoyed it. I think that shorter recap really helped my vocal cords. Hopefully, because I could talk in a little bit more clearer fashion. Yeah, exciting, right, Bridget? I mean, so good. Yeah, thanks for the prayers for those of you who are praying for me. I really appreciate that. That is very important, and it's a very, very awesome that you guys are doing that for me. Now, I have to come over here after TikTok closes. What's up, Amber? Yeah, it is. Woke up. So my little one, my youngest, has been kind of mellow for like 2 weeks or something like that. Weird. Like there's like some kind of something going around. It's like the strangest thing, and she's like super, all over the place. But today was like the first day in a while where she woke up and was like her normal self, or a little bit more towards her normal self. So that was good for me to see. So hopefully that continues. But yeah, there's just something weird going on. Something weird. Ryan, the Antichrist will have to be living now, right? Since Satan doesn't know the timeline, he has to have someone ready. Yeah, Deb. So he does not know. So every single time period throughout the generations, he's had to have somebody like up in the wings, kind of ready to fulfill that role. In a sense, you're absolutely right. So the Antichrist, or the actual son of perdition, the one and only, there's only going to be the one beast, if you will, the beast and the false prophet, the dynamic duo, that one individual. There's going to be one. All of the people who have been in the past were just there in case he needed to be embodied, in a sense. Kind of like when Satan went into Judas. It was like that's basically the idea. When that actually takes place, that's what's going to happen when after the rapture occurs. Then Satan is going to go into his guy that is alive right now, and then that's what's going to happen. But if 100 years goes by, there's going to be somebody else that Satan is going to use. And so he always has to have somebody up in the wings as time goes on. Like, so 100 years ago, it was this guy. 50 years ago, it was this guy. Now today, it's this guy. So it's the same kind of, hopefully that makes sense. Is it Satan himself, or is his minion that embodied? No, it's him. It's him. And he's going to give him his kingdom. he's going to give him all that authority. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. Thank you, Julie. Thank you so much. Hello. Okay. Well, that does make sense. Thank you. Okay. Very cool. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to get out of here. Thank you guys so much for being here. I enjoyed that one. Shorter recaps really make it go by a lot quicker. I think that recap was only like an hour and like 20 minutes. So not bad. So maybe next time. Did you guys like the shorter recaps, or did you guys like the longer recaps, or the more detailed? Not that you're like paying attention to the length of time. Do you guys care about the time? Is the time too long? I have so many questions. I don't know y'all, but I love y'all. Right, legit? We love you too. Yeah, Deb, absolutely. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you. I'm interested in what either way is good. No wrong answer. Okay. Yes, too long. Is it too long? I know you ain't asking me. I love long Bible studies and recaps. Okay. Yeah, I can't please everybody, but these are lives, comfort lives. I was blessed though. Very cool. Well, that is awesome. That is good. If you can walk away with at least one thought or something, then that's a W, I think. All right. Um, well, I will see you guys hopefully on Friday, Lord willing. All right. Be safe, guys. I'll see you.